Hello, everybody. It's time to finish episode 6 of Umineko. But first, this donation message from Arabaki Gaming with the $2. Happy Frederica Friday. Hope you're managing well. Thank you. I appreciate your well wishes, because I am not managing very well. In case some of you in the chat don't know, I'm running on fumes because I haven't had that much sleep. The reason for that is because my AC died yesterday, and we had to get the thermostat replaced today. So all throughout yesterday and during the night, it was literally like 90 degrees in this house. And yeah, you can imagine that was not exactly easy to sleep through. Astral Thunder, thank you for becoming a channel member. So, yep. Not melting currently, thankfully. But I am a little tired. So, we're gonna be plowing on through the rest of this episode. So, why waste any time? I know you guys want to see what's gonna happen next, so let's get on to it. And yes, Kitty, it is working now, thankfully. It's just taking its sweet time to cool down, but I forget which one you are. Yeah, whatever. Ah, Zephyr! What's this important announcement? Listen, Furfur. Our image song is getting released on CD. What? Just kidding. We were just so bored of showing up the same way every time.
We thought we'd change our style a bit.
We're entertainers. For those of you who don't know, image songs are typically like just character-associated theme songs that are released on CDs for anime-adjacent properties. And the stage is alive.
You've got to ad-lib every now and then.
Yeah, we could have done without that, you jackasses. Thanks for helping remove the tension, you two. Sorry, but we're still talking about what to do in the second trial. We'd like a little bit more time. And if possible, some quiet. Sorry, George-kun. Actually, we have a truly important announcement regarding the second trial. Agohiza with the $5. First live I've caught of this. I've been catching up on the series with my friends, 2 of us, including me, watching for the first time. Yo! I'm glad you could make it. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well.
It is good news for some, and perhaps bad news for others.
Those for whom it is bad news have probably already figured it out. If you don't know what we're talking about, then it's good news for you.
Beatrice-sama?
It's nothing. 5 people were there. Only Battler was missing, and Beato's expression was dark, her head hanging low. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Battler. We'd like to announce that Battler-kun has retired before the second trial. Ryan P15, thanks for becoming a channel member. Everyone murmured. Just what had happened?
The witch's game will forever wait for him, but a pair of lovers cannot wait forever.
Love is like ice cream. It's sweet and creamy, but if you don't eat it quickly, you'll lose it. Our game isn't so gracious that it will wait for him to return. So that's what you meant by good news. Well, I'm glad that our rivals have gone down in number. But if you thought I'd applaud another person's misfortune, you're totally wrong. Battler-kun, the one we thought of as our greatest enemy. I won't ask why. If the demons in charge say so, then that's how it is.
Then, what will happen to Beatrice-sama? It seems I will lose the right to take this trial.
After all, this is a trial to test the bonds between lovers.
Battler-kun isn't currently capable of doing that, so his pair is disqualified. How truly saddening.
However, she is one of the participants in this 3-way trial of love.
so I think we should let her watch the trial as an observer.
Elena Gray with the $25. Umineko Storytime is the highlight of my Fridays. Thank you for your dedication and stellar voice acting. I look forward to these every week. Thank you so much.
A splendid idea. She does have the right to bless the pair that does overcome this trial.
Are you okay with that?
Yes. I want to watch until the end. And I still believe he will come back quickly, regain his eligibility, and continue this trial with me once again. If you ask me, she has the right to be an observer.
No objections here. There's no need for us to be cruel. That may be, but as bad as it sounds, the loss of a powerful rival is our gain. Sorry to do this to you and Battler-kun, but I'd like to settle this trial right away.
That's George-kun for you. I'm rooting for you the most on the inside.
The coldness with which he furnishes that love makes its heat stand out all the more. At any rate, we've now gone from 3 down to 2, and the 3-way deadlock has been resolved. We weren't able to fight proactively because we were afraid of a 1 against 2 situation. Now that it's 1 against 1, it's just a good, clean duel. So in the end, we find that we should have just done this from the beginning.
The 4 people stood up as though responding to some invisible summons and faced each other, glaring. Only Beato was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers has an unbreakably strong bond. Then, isn't that enough? Their love is already the real thing. There's no need to test it. But if so, then why must they fight? The victorious couple will be bound together by the magical miracle, and the defeated couple will fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we will fall apart without a magical miracle? Why is a demon's game like this necessary? I don't understand. No, they aren't important right now. I have to think of an escape trick as soon as possible, so that I can save Battler-san from that locked room.
I heard about Battler. It seems things have gotten quite troublesome.
Onesama.
I would like to save you, as you are both my dear sister and a part of my full self. I am tackling Battler's locked room in my own way, but it is difficult. It feels almost as though an ordinary chain has been made to look like a wire puzzle.
I heard from Lambda Delta-san. She said that the old Beatrice could definitely solve this trick. Don't you have any idea?
That old Beatrice is our completed form after we become one. Even I am not but a part of her. It stands to reason that I cannot solve it.
By this, she meant that we wouldn't be able to figure it out no matter how much thought we put into it in our incomplete forms. She was saying neither the elder nor the younger sister could ever be expected to solve this riddle. Beata shook her head, chasing that thought from her mind.
I won't give up. I'll set right to work on that locked room. Unless I can save Battler-san as soon as possible, his heart will be crushed.
Of course, I have no reservations about lending my own wisdom. However, even I cannot make anything out of this locked room.
If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find the same answer that we would if we were joined. Please lend me your wisdom and don't give up.
I still cannot fathom why you are willing to go so far for...
I think that's supposed to say go so far for Battler,
But I shall do as you ask. After all, it is a request made by myself. I will add my wisdom to yours.
Look, Furfur. The 2 Beatos are thinking together.
I wonder if those 2 really can save Battler.
Oh, they can. If they have the miracle of love, that is.
That's right, Zephyr. They can certainly do it if they have the miracle of love on their side.
God, why do I always forget which one is which? Okay.
Say, Furfur, do you think they'll realize that we're giving them a hint for solving that locked room?
The 2 Beatos put their heads together, and, straining their minds with all they had, they searched for a plan to save Battler with. It was as though they couldn't see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel.
They'll realize. If they have love, they certainly will.
They were the demons of love. Love is the single element, the source of all miracles. Could the miracle of love provide an answer for a locked room trick?
There it is again. Without love, it cannot be seen. I understand how that catchphrase can describe a certain concept, but locked room tricks are pure, unfeeling mathematical puzzles, without a fragment of affection within them. Just what kind of hint could these demons be talking about?
I already have a certain answer. What these demons have said supports that even further.
Yeah, okay, you're incredible. You always know the right answer, and you'll never let me hear any of it. Going by the rule of observers until you tell me about it, it's possible that you're just lying and pretending that you know.
Yes, I do believe I prefer a bad-mouthed Miko. You please me, child of man. To me, a Miko's sarcasm and abuse is like a ceremonial dance in my honor.
You're a real irritating master. Stupid Oni-chan. Why did you make a locked room like that? Yourself.
Think, child of man. Thinking is not only a job for the characters within the tale. As a reader, you too have the right to enjoy thinking. And I enjoy watching you as you do.
I'm willing to make a bet. Your last Miko ran out of patience and ran away from you, didn't she?
You are free to enjoy yourself by scolding me. You are free to consider the problem like the two Beatos. Citrine Ray, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Unless you think the tale will not continue.
Why? I'm a reader, right? Can't I just stay quiet and read?
No. I want you to think. Not just the characters. You, the reader.
I see. You're a pretty unpleasant author, aren't you?
Anjay was, of course, still only halfway through the tale. However, there were only a few pages left in the manuscript she was reading from. Where was the manuscript for the rest of the tale? It should continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. Those were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Hachijo's hand. With a grin on her face, Hachijo waved the thick brown envelope around. If you want to read more, do what I tell you.
Cool. Looks like she got you, Missy.
Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when it finally gets to the good part, Amakusa couldn't stop laughing at this underhanded approach.
I want to hear your own opinions, your own theories. If you tell me those now, I'll hand over the rest of the manuscript. Quit mocking me. You think I'll do whatever you say after something like this?
Come on now, Missy, calm down. I want to read on too, so please just chill a bit. About the rest of the manuscript, Hachijo. It contains the answer to the locked room trick, and the truths behind a bunch of mysteries, right?
Of course. However, I haven't written it in a way that will be understandable to those who fail to think or consider.
One of these days, you're going to get stabbed by an obsessive reader of yours who's very upset with you.
I understand that, which is why I don't go out into the open. Child of man.
Anyway, this is what Hachijo was trying to say. First, tell me your answer. After that, I'll let you check it.
Correct, young man. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm asking because I want you to truly understand the tale's conclusion.
Amakusa, you're really enjoying this, aren't you? Yeah, come to think of it, you always take those TV quiz shows totally seriously. It looks like you enjoy life much more than I do.
So, what miraculous trick could get Battler out of the locked room? Please give it some thought yourself. I want to give the rest of the story, especially to those. No, only to those who have thought. In the Witch's Cathedral, no, considering everything that's gone on in here, maybe it should be called a demon's abode, Erica, who wanted to savor the memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, on the balcony that she had thought empty, a shadow came into view. It was Lambda Delta.
Oh, it's you, Lady Lambda Delta. It's not often one finds you alone in a place like this.
Oh, you. Congratulations on your big victory. That's funny. I think I remember saying the same thing to you right here at the end of the last game.
She was probably trying to be sarcastic. However, Erica was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like a compliment.
I happened to hear what you said a short while back.
What?
I heard that you have also had the experience of being toyed with as a piece on some great witch's game board, then sealed away in some awful hell.
Erica had an unpleasant, triumphant look on her face, as though she had managed to pry into some embarrassing memory of another's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least bit flustered, and instead looked down from the balcony in silence.
Yep. I wonder how many years I was shut up in there. Maybe I should have been like Byrne and counted them. No, it's probably best that I didn't. Counting the years is what broke her.
Are you saying that my master also fell into the hell of a logic error at some point?
She did, though she wasn't the one responsible for that logic error.
Because she wasn't the game master?
That's right. At that time, she was still a small piece that wasn't even self-aware yet. It was her master, the game master, who committed the logic error.
My master was also a witch's piece?
Yep. That kid's master. Oh yes, she was a bad one. Though she created the game herself, partway through she lost sight of what her goal was. She created something like a broken game of backgammon, where the start and the goal were connected like a donut.
What do you mean she lost her goal?
I'm talking about a logic error. She couldn't describe how to reach her desired goal. Couldn't draw up the logic to her backgammon game. So the game remained broken, with no goal at all. She could have settled down and thought of an answer herself. But instead, she despicably left even the thinking entirely to her piece, Byrne. Have you heard of the infinite monkey theorem?
It's the theory that if a monkey hits random letters on a typewriter for an infinite amount of time, at some point the string of letters might end up exactly the same as Hamlet by sheer coincidence. I'd rather call it an absurdity than a theorem.
Wouldn't that be a horrible hell? Byrne was forced to type randomly on that typewriter for an eternal period of time, without even knowing the meaning of what she was doing. The goal eluded even the game master herself. So she tried to get Byrne to create it for her.
Once again, I must reiterate, guys, don't talk about Higurashi in the chat too much. Could Erica even imagine how horrible a hell that had been? A job that you had to do 100 times, and a job that you had to keep repeating until it succeeds with a 1 out of 100 probability. May look very similar probabilistically, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end, get more efficient as you become more used to it, and eventually you can finish. However, when you have to do a job that succeeds with a 1 out of 100 probability, the hard work of the individual doesn't translate to even a slight gain in efficiency. Everything is left to luck. If luck isn't on your side, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last more than 100 years.
How many keys are there on a typewriter? About 100, maybe? What do you think the odds are of hitting those at random and getting Hamlet?
I can't even imagine. They must be truly astronomical.
That's right. A virtually infinite amount of time. For that mind-bending stretch of time, that child was made to keep pounding on that typewriter until she typed out a miracle.
And that's why she's the Witch of Miracles?
If she wasn't a witch, no. If she hadn't been able to become a witch, she would probably still be a black cat strapped to that typewriter for all eternity. That child was blessed by a miracle, succeeding in typing out a miracle, became a witch, and returned from that hell alive. That hell was so long and harsh that her mind and heart were completely broken. That's why she became such a mean and heartless witch. Given the choice, even you wouldn't have chosen a master like her, right?
That's not true. I am honored to be my master's piece. My master is strong, an oppressor of others. Trampling over the weak is her natural right.
You mean she's a human on the bully side of life? Do you know how to create the greatest bully ever?
No.
It's easy. For just a short time, bully them horribly, then suddenly stop and give them power instead. If you do that, then no matter who it is, they will be reborn as a grade A bully. And what's even more incredible is that even if that person was only bullied for about 3 days, they'll reign as a grade A bully for 1 billion times longer than that, believing themselves the victim all the while.
What does that have to do with my master?
You don't understand anything about Burn. No matter what kind of ruthless, cruel, horrible puke spittle Burn may be, I want to be the one person who knows what she's truly like. And it's the same for me. I think that kid, as a fellow survivor from hell, is the only one who can understand what I'm truly like. It sounds like you're jealous of the relationship we have, but give it up. The hell you think you've trudged through is nothing more than a blink compared to the one we crawled out of.
Lambda Delta was probably mocking Erika back, and the discouraged expression on Erika's face clearly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's words.
If you'll pardon me for saying, I think it's the depth of the hell that's important, not the length of time spent there.
Oh? You're not afraid to talk back, are you? Witch of Truth, Erika.
I don't know what kind of hell you were in, Lady Lambda Delta, and I'm sure the time I spent in hell was nothing more than a flash compared to yours. However, I don't think the depths of my hell were any shallower than yours.
In celebration of your victory, I'll hear you out without arguing back.
From my point of view, both the hell my master fell into, which could only be escaped by a miracle, and the hell you fell into, which presumably could only be escaped with certain willpower, were hells made to be escapable.
Really? That's a bold thing to say.
I am the Witch of Truth. In the depths of my hell, there was nothing more or less than the truth. When faced with the harsh reality of truth, no sort of willpower or miracle matters. I reached this place by overcoming that truth. I don't believe my power to withstand the truth is in any way inferior to yours. Or my master's.
And what is this power to withstand the truth?
Those who don't know cannot understand. Perhaps your inability to look that in the face is the reason you two couldn't become witches of truth.
I'll forgive you for those impudent words. Letting them pass with a slight nod's my present for your recent victory.
Thank you very much, great Lady Lambda Delta.
Oh, that's unusual. It's rare to spot you two getting along. At some point, Bernkastel had appeared on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. Erika noticed her, crying "My master" happily, and dashed over.
Lady Lambda Delta was telling me old stories about you. A tale of miracles, fitting for my master, the Witch of Miracles.
I'll forgive you just this once. Never speak of my past again. A grimace rose to her face, blasting Erika's good mood away. And so, Erika understood. Bernkastel was also a witch running from boredom, because if it ever caught up with her, she would remember. Those never-ending days of hell. This is proof that even my master still hasn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell. It means that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erika felt just a little disdain for her master.
My apologies. More importantly, what brings you to a place like this?
I was looking for you. I wanted to give you a reward.
A reward? Really? Thank you very much, my master.
Oh? Wow, I'm jealous. What are you gonna give her?
First, I acknowledge your ascension as a true witch, not just a temporary one. I'll be your guardian. Witch of Truth, Furudo Erika.
Thank you very much.
All you did was remove the temporary bit. That sort of reward can't be very pleasing. She really deserves something better, don't you think?
No, that's not true. I'm very pleased.
Of course, on the inside, Erika did want another present. Taking a cue from Lambda Delta, she waited patiently to see if there would be any other rewards. I do have one other. Bernkastel snapped her fingers. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered, and summoned Battler sitting in a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still as it... Oh, I don't know if I should say that. He was still out of it, let's phrase it like that. His heart trapped in the locked room that he would never be allowed to escape from. That man is your reward.
My reward is Battler?
Oh, I see. She's saying that she'll make it so you inherit all of this game board's territory.
That's right. Look at Battler's finger. He's wearing the ring of the one-winged eagle, symbol of the territory lord. If that becomes yours, you'll become the official lord of this territory. I don't mean you'll be under my charge. In name and reality, this territory will be yours.
So I need to take that ring off Battler's finger?
Don't be silly. There's only one ceremony where a woman gets a ring from a man's finger, right?
Erica, take Battler as your husband and become the wife of the territory lord.
Marry Battler?
Yes, that's right. If the territory lord is never to wake again, he'll need a partner to serve by his side and act as his proxy. In other words, you'll control this territory.
And we'll hold a wedding where you exchange rings. Battler's territory lord ring will become yours.
And in exchange, you'll put a ring of servitude on Battler's finger. For eternity, you will rule him, debase him, and use this territory and game board to weave whatever tale your heart desires.
Through to Erica, you will be the territory lord. Any tale you wish will come true. The territory lord is a god. Congrats, you'll be the god of this small but wonderful world.
Is that true? My master? Will I become this world's god?
That's the final reward I will give to you. Take Battler's ring and create your own world. When that happens, you won't be my piece anymore. You'll be your own witch, and a splendid one at that. Congratulations, Lady Erica. And one day you must welcome me when I come to visit, just like Beato once did.
Yes, my master. There could be no greater honor. And I'm starting to like this marriage to Battler thing. If you think about it, there could be no greater disgrace to this game. After all, that Beatrice was apparently born out of a desire to serve Battler and to be liked by him. In the world that witch created, I will marry, defile, and humiliate Battler. Oh yes, I understand. I so understand how painful it feels to have the one you love stolen away from you. And now, I'm finally the one dealing out the pain. Truly, there could be no greater honor.
I'm glad you like it. I knew it was the one present you'd like the most in this world.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My master.
Erica leapt down from the balcony and walked briskly towards Battler. Then, she peered down at the reward she had been given.
Now isn't that a wonderful finale? You'll hold a wedding ceremony?
Of course. A magnificent one. It's the perfect way to end Beato's game.
Of course you'll send Beato an invitation too, right?
I only hope she actually comes. Alright. Things are going to get busy. We have to prepare for the ceremony, make programs, send invitations.
Don't forget the wedding dress and cake. And you need to get things ready for the reception.
The two witches disappeared, cackling. Only the two who were to be wed remained in the cathedral.
Could you hear? Battler-san? Do you realize what's about to happen to you?
Damn. Battler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. It was very distant, but he was slightly tethered to reality, and that was what made it cruel. It was as cruel as though the spider called Erica had wrapped Battler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. In fact, she might have been more like certain kinds of wasp, paralyzing her prey and keeping it alive so she could eat it later. In short, her cruelty was very similar to that of a predator.
You won't be able to get out of that locked room. After all, you used all that red truth to show that it was a locked room. So stop worrying and just let yourself be trapped in there forever. While you're spending time in there, I'll take my...
Yeah, I don't like this line, but...
I'll take my time defiling your body. I'll have our bedroom lined with mirrors. That way you can see just how you're being humiliated. With your own eyes. And then, let's have a birdcage hanging from the ceiling. We can stick your beloved witch Beatrice in there. What do you think? Wonderful, isn't it? I can feel it.
Pining Tree with the $5. I can only I can only imagine how shitty a sitcom Erica's World would be. She would revive young Shelton. God, I didn't need to think about that crossover.
This is how sweet it is to be standing on the other side.
As he listened to this mad laugh, Battler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in the locked room he had created, and his body and soul would soon be trapped within a new locked room of Erica's. A locked room called marriage.
Hey, did you hear, Furfur?
I sure did, Zepar. Lord Battler and Lady Erica are having a wedding.
They said it with so much of their usual frivolity that Beato had to ask them to repeat it again.
What is happening?
As you know, the lord of this territory has had his heart sealed away and cannot speak.
So the beautiful Lady Erica is going to become his wife and support him in his work.
Oh shit. I just realized. Hold on. Sorry guys. I have to BRB for like 2 seconds. I took out my earrings before I went to sleep, and I just remembered that I did not put them back in. So, 1 sec. Okay, sorry about that. I just have to put them back on while looking in the mirror because otherwise it's very difficult to tell where to put them. And yeah, I know, Evie Curry, it's just sometimes I just like to treat myself to not having them in because they get a little uncomfortable sometimes while sleeping. But anyway, back to it. The two demons explained the situation in a very simple, yet dramatic way. I know what's going on.
They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Battler's heart is sealed away and use marriage to lock up his body as well, so that they can steal everything from him.
At this rate, Battler will have his position as Game Master, and his Territory Lord's ring stolen away.
That damn homewrecker. She thinks she can do whatever she wants. Let's steal him back. He may be of little importance to me, but Matters that affect you are my business also.
It's no use just to steal his body back. After all, the great Lady Bernkastel has already signed the marriage certificate as a witness.
With the Great Witch of the Senate serving as a witness, no one can dispel the union except for those who are a part of it.
Then it's as I thought. Unless I can rescue Battler's son's heart from that locked room, there's no way we can save him.
Then find a way to rescue him from that locked room.
You're going to steal away the bridegroom? How wonderful. If you can do that, it would make for a tale beautiful enough for the opera. However, this locked room sealing Battler in is quite difficult.
The only way out is the door. And if the chain is unset, his escape won't be accepted.
And on top of that, the chain can't be set from the outside.
And now there's no one left to switch places with him.
No matter how you think about it, we're stuck.
If we give up, we won't be able to save him. The only thing we can do to save him now is to keep at it and keep thinking.
Though Beato looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fists tightly. She was so frustrated with her inability to think up any brilliant plan that her heart felt as though it would burst.
Zepar and Furfur, you two are known as being among the most powerful of demons. They say your magic can make the impossible possible. Could you not use your power and knowledge to work out a plan for crushing this impossible locked room?
Yes, love can accomplish any impossible thing.
If you can't accomplish something, it means you lack enough love.
Hearing that hurts.
But we are moved by the strength of will that prevents you from giving up.
Because you have that, we're sure you can bring about a miracle.
Can't you at least give us a hint about that miracle? We've known each other for no short span of time. Will you not at least give my little sister a hint as a parting gift?
A hint? We are always giving out hints. Without love, they cannot be seen.
If we could see them, I would not have asked. These two are always like this. It staves off boredom, but they can become very irritating at times like this.
Zepar and Furfur certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed had created several miracles in the past, miracles so great that they left a mark on human history. However, those miracles were never given easily. They would give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized, so that those who desired power could create that power themselves. No matter how pitiful the eyes that looked up at them, the two demons would never lend their power out of pity. As it is with God, it is with demons. They help those who help themselves.
I understand. I'll think about it myself. I swear. I will free him.
Look upon her, demons! When last did you see a girl so pure of heart? As the demons of love, don't your hearts ache even a little? Come, let's have a hint. Surely you could give us a hint to a hint at least.
Zepar and Furfur looked at each other. Of course, there was no pity on their faces. However, it could be seen that though they did find the problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next.
What'll we do, Furfur?
Maybe a hint to a hint would be okay?
Yes, even that would be welcome, so let's have it.
Okay. Here's a present from Zepar and Furfur. A hint to a hint of love. Please.
You cannot see the answer.
Because you don't have enough love.
I told you not a hint like that.
And if you don't have enough love?
Why not observe couples who have it in abundance?
Yes, and as luck would have it, we have two loving couples right here.
Why not stay a while and be a spectator for their fight of love? You should watch our trial from the position of an outside observer.
Will you listen? Not a hint like that, I said.
Beato the Elder yelled at them, asking for a more tangible hint. However, Zepar and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. Beato, on the other hand, took their hint to a hint seriously. Now that she was out of the running, the second trial was between George and Shannon, and Jessica and Canon. Tear apart the two who were close. In other words, defeat one of the members of the opposing team. They were allowed to use any method they wanted. It could be a duel, or it could be rock, paper, scissors. After alternating many times between speaking as a group and discussing things as couples, finally, the four of them seemed to have reached a decision.
Zepar, Furfur, do you have a second?
Oh, they finally called out to us.
What is it, George? Have you decided the format for the duel?
No matter how much the two demons baited them with their facetious tone, the couple's serious expressions did not waver.
Yes. We've decided to have it as a single duel.
It will be a duel between Shannon and me.
That's surprising. For a one-on-one duel, we would have thought.
That George and Jessica would have fought.
These guys really wanted it to be them, and they wouldn't listen.
As a man, I find it frustrating that all I can do is watch. However, Shannon's resolve is firm. So we, have no choice but to respect their decision and believe in them.
Canon-kun, thank you so much for believing in me. I've always thought that if the day ever came when we had to fight each other directly, then we shouldn't shy away from it.
And we've realized that that day is today. Of course, we might have been able to avoid this day.
However, now this day has come, so we will not run from it.
That's right. I'll stay right here too.
Me too. I believe in Shannon, so I won't say anything more. And even if Shannon is the one fighting in the duel, our power is one. So we'll be fighting together.
Yes, that's right. I'm just speaking for the pair of us.
If it is a decision made by those in love.
Even demons will not object.
So, how would you like to settle this duel?
You don't mean that you want to have a real duel, do you?
At once, both Shannon and Canon nodded.
And the method?
That doesn't matter, as long as it's a fight to the death.
If possible, we would like it to be peaceful and painless. And we would like to avoid wounding each other unnecessarily before one of us dies. Zepar? We should be the ones to oversee this noble duel.
True. Very well, you two. We propose a noble duel, one that will honor your noble spirits.
When Zepar clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Canon. Furfur nodded at them, urging them to open it. Canon crouched down and opened the case. There were a pair of antiques inside. They would have looked splendid hanging on the wall at some classy coffee shop. However, they were not mere decorations now.
These are...
I see. Just perfect for a duel.
Inside the case was a pair of old-fashioned dueling pistols, like the kind used many centuries ago. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case, which was only permitted to be opened by those who wished for a fight to the death.
They have one bullet each. In accordance with your request, we have imbued the bullets with magic.
No matter where on the body they hit you, these magic bullets will bring certain and painless death. Thank you very much. You are most merciful.
And what if we both miss?
Normally, that would be a draw. However, such a thing is not allowed in our trial.
If you both miss, you will come back, and we will give you new bullets. This will repeat until one of you is dead.
I have no objections.
Me neither. I'm glad. This means we can finally...
settle this.
Ushiramiya George, I recognize you as the witness for Shannon. Nay, Sayo. Understood.
Ishiramiya Jessica, I recognize you as the witness for Canon. Nay, Yoshia.
Sure!
We are responsible for this duel. It is our responsibility to see that this duel reaches a decision no matter what.
When Zephyr and Furfur cried these words out, the whole area was blanketed in a gold-colored light, and when it cleared, it had become the rose garden where golden roses bloomed.
A duel over love, is it? How old-fashioned they are. I've seen many duels with pistols during my 1,000 years, but I've never seen one like this.
Because it's being overseen by demons?
No. A duel over love is usually a fight between two people both in love with the same single person. However, here we have a pair of lovers fighting another pair of lovers. This is quite odd.
I'm sure that's because they want the miracle of magic. It seems we cannot succeed in love without that miracle.
Do you know the minimum number of people needed to create a universe?
No, I don't.
Shannon and Canon each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses, and checked the weapons over. Then, after they had both determined that there were no problems, the two were then asked one final time whether they were prepared to duel, and both of them nodded. Indigo with the 2 pounds. Huh, wonder what that means.
If there are no problems, the duelists shall stand back to back, then walk a predetermined number of steps away from each other.
Then, the duel will begin on our signal. Zephyr, how many steps should they walk?
Good question. Well, maybe we should choose a number that is closely bound to this duel.
A number closely bound? What number is that?
It's a number we know of well. It is that number which has been repeated over and over again since the time this tale began.
Habaki Gaming with the $2, $1 for each person required.
That number is 19.
That's an interesting number.
I like it. It's a good number to settle everything with.
19. It was the number used to refer to the witch each time the illusion of a 19th person had been seen on this supposedly 18-person island. It was the length of time it had taken to create this tale. It was the length of time leading up to this inevitable day. And it was the age of the true territory lord of this world.
They'll stand across from each other, then walk 19 steps. Shoot.
That's pretty far. At that distance, the first one to shoot won't necessarily be the winner.
If one of us shoots first and misses, that will probably be the end for them.
And if it hits, this easy game can be won without even getting a scratch. Well then, duelers, stand with your backs together.
Shannon and Canon slowly walked towards each other, facing each other. Once they turned away, the next time they would see the other's face would be the time that they killed them. So this was the last time they would face each other.
Thanks for everything. Having a little brother like you made things fun.
Thank you for letting me be me. Thank you for showing me the color in the world of gray.
Why were we born, I wonder?
It would have been better if we had died at birth.
That's our father's sin, isn't it?
Yeah, so he can just die. Let them all die.
Yeah, everyone will die. It'll happen very soon. And right after, everyone will revive, and we'll be able to see them again. We won't be birds in a cage anymore.
We will finally leave our cage and fly off to our separate worlds.
I should have had this duel with you long ago.
Surely today is the day.
Yeah, it's today.
October 5th, 1986. The fated day.
The day that one of us will die.
Or maybe we'll both shoot at the same time and both die.
That might happen too. In fact, that's not so unlikely at all.
Right. Even if that happens, our loves will surely be made complete.
Do we really need to duel?
We do. You said it yourself. We should have done this much sooner.
Right. Because to me, you are
To me, you are.
just in the way.
For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. Why? For what reason? Why must this day come for this pair, who are connected by a bond different from a romantic love, as though they were real siblings? It's a great mystery. And also a great mystery is the question of how this can be the key towards unlocking Battler-san's locked room.
If I watch over this duel instead of running away, will I find the key towards solving that locked room? I will, right? Separ-san! Furfur-san!
The cathedral was beautifully decorated to be the place of the wedding between the Territory Lord, Lord Battler, and his wife-to-be, Lady Erica. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Fitting for a demon's wedding, it was not solemn or quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity.
I wonder what Beato is doing.
I hear she's gone to see Zephyr and Furfur. With the power of love, that powerful pair could even force the Demon King to retreat. They're bound to be of some use, or at least I would like to think so.
I know all about these two. I think you know as well as I that they won't hand over their power easily.
True. However, that's why they're capable of granting a miraculous power.
At any rate, if we can just free Battler-kun's heart from that locked room, we should be able to manage something here. Locked rooms are your favorite, aren't they, Gap? Can't you think of any tricks?
And this is a nasty one. Battler and Erica have locked it up tight with all kinds of red truths. I can say for certain that a solo escape from the inside is impossible.
So after all, the only way is to have someone else trade places with him and set the chain.
If that someone does appear, it should be easy to save Battler. There are 11 people, right?
Those 11 are sealed on the second floor of the guest house. If we could somehow slip them out of there.
I see. Solving the problem of Battler-sama's locked room is equivalent to solving the problem of either locked room on the guest house's second floor.
Exactly. Limiting your thoughts to just Battler's guest room is like being trapped in a mental locked room. The locked room we need to break open to save Battler isn't the guest room. It's the locked rooms in the guest house.
Most unfortunately, we of Eisenjungfrau have been placed in charge of those two rooms.
And you guys specialize in seals and barriers.
I must admit, I am impressed, Miss Scap. It is quite an achievement to realize that the locked room you should destroy to save Battler is within the guest house. The ceremony will probably begin soon, but shall we reconstruct the scene as a way to kill time until then?
Are you sure?
Doesn't this violate the obligation of confidentiality you have as Lady Erica's piece? That is no problem. I am sure that if you first confirm the seals around the scene and fall into despair, we will be able to celebrate this ceremony more sincerely.
How confident. I'll take that challenge. Leah, let's have ourselves a little snack before the ceremony.
With that, dear ladies of Eisen, we humbly ask that you reconstruct the scene for us.
For your attention, we hear and obey. This is the cousin's room.
The next room over has the exact same layout. Please investigate as thoroughly as you like.
This room has Genji, Goda, Kanon, plus Kraus, Rudolph, and Jessica for a total of 6 people.
The next room over has Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo for a total of 5 people.
Come on, everyone, don't be stupid. It doesn't matter who's here. We need to find out how to escape from this room.
You're right. The doors and windows are sealed, so we must somehow escape from some other place.
You know what?
I know all about how you Heaven people specialize in pressing ahead to hide inconvenient facts. It's not a locked room, is it? This room.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. The locked rooms in our charge are perfect.
You were in charge of the window seal of Kinzo's room last game, right? Just how did Battler get Kinzo out of that room again?
Cornelia was not at fault. The blame rests on me as her superior.
This is exactly the same as Kinzo's study. It's the windows. This locked room can be broken by the windows. It's clear as day how you people operate.
How? Lady Erica sealed the entire room, right? That means the entire room is sealed, including the windows.
I see. It would seem that we've been misinterpreting the definition of these seals. A locked room sealed by duct tape is not impossible to break out of. It forms no prison.
That's it exactly. Yes, a seal proves that a room is a locked room, but it doesn't guarantee that the room will remain sealed. All it does is prove that the room is a locked room as long as the duct tape isn't broken.
We are not trying to deceive you in any way. As long as the duct tape is intact, it is guaranteed to be a locked room. That is all.
Then why the windows? Why is it that we can break the locked room by the windows?
It's simple. We can just tear the duct tape apart and jump out. I don't know what the outside wall of the guest house is like, but that girl crawled up it and stuck duct tape on the outside without anyone noticing, so it must have at least enough footholds for that.
If you break the duct tape, we will immediately know that the seal has been broken. And we have already proven that the seals were intact at the time of Battler's logic error.
True. It's true that at the time you proved the seals weren't broken. That's how you tricked us into thinking that it was a locked room. A seal doesn't necessarily imply a locked room. Gap was the demon who specialized in putting an end to the locked room mysteries. She drew herself up and looked down on the short Vlanor, as though a challenge such as this was like taking candy from a baby. Vlanor looked up at her with a bold expression, and sparks flew between them.
A seal doesn't imply a locked room? That can't be.
Remember, Leah, which seals did Erica and the others show us at that time? Which seals did they show were still intact?
I see. This is the sort of falsification that the Great Court of Heaven likes to practice.
I cannot let that remark pass. What is your complaint?
Come on, I've been saying it the whole time, it's the windows. It's true that you sealed everything with those seals. That included the windows at that time. And you proved at the time that they were sealed. So far, so good. But you know what? After that, any one of the people inside could have done it. Who was here again? Genji, Goda, Kanon, Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica. Any one of them could do it. All they had to do was tear the duct tape on the window, slip out from there, and save Battler. Citrine Rain with Canadian $10. This is like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me.
But at the time of the logic error, it was proven that the seals were intact.
Incorrect. At the time, Lady Erica only proved the status of the seals on the doors.
Come to think of it. At that time, Lady Erica just showed the doors of the two rooms and claimed that the seals were intact for each. She never mentioned the seals on the windows.
That's correct. It's probably true that the seals on the doors and windows were perfect at first. However, at the time of the logic error, only the status of the seals on the doors were confirmed. In other words, since the time Erica left the guest house, it was not forbidden for them to break through the windows and leave whenever they wished. Well, I've got you now, haven't I? This is how you people do things. Finding tray with the $2. You can escape any locked room by removing hinges. Supervisor Dlanor, it's nearly time.
It seems the bride and groom have arrived. This ends our chat. We will meet again later.
With an amused grin on her face, Dlanor turned around. But that had to have hit her where it hurt. Gap had no intention of letting her get away. She grabbed Dlanor's shoulder. Wait there. Confirm whether or not the seals on the windows were preserved at the time of the logic error. If you don't, it's possible for anyone in that room to save Battler.
And who do you think such a rescue would be possible for?
It doesn't matter who. Then just by personal preference, I'll name Kanon-kun. He seems agile, and hiding his presence is his specialty. He's the perfect person to follow after Erica and quickly change places with Battler-kun.
Canon, you say? That is impossible.
Impossible? Come now, we can't trust what you say with normal words. Use the red truth. Swear upon that red longsword of yours.
Miss Gap, a sacred ceremony is about to begin here. You ask me to draw my sword in a sacred place such as this? I believe that would be inelegant and rude in the extreme. Let us do this some other time, if you would excuse me.
It is possible for Canon to save Battler. After Erica sealed the room, he left by the window, switched places with Battler-kun in the guest room, set the chain lock, and hid in the closet.
That is impossible. The seals on the windows were also intact. Of course, that is at the time of the logic error.
Gap's blue wedge and rapid reverse roundhouse crossed with Dlanor's red longsword, and both pointed at the other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goat guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting. Okay, so you can counter that. Why didn't you just say so in the first place?
We thought that Beatrice might eventually reach that thought. Then barge in on the wedding with that as the key to Battler's escape. I did not think that you would press us first and force us to show our hand.
You do fight dirty, don't you? You were trying to lay a trap for Beato, making her suspect the windows, drawing her out, then turning the tables on her.
What else should a human who guards the bride be expected to do? Are you satisfied now? A hellish wedding truly is vulgar and barbaric. Now excuse me.
Hold it right there. You haven't fooled me yet. You were talking about the seals blocking Canon, the ones on the windows of the cousin's room, right? Then what about the windows on the next room over? All you've done is shown that the rescue would have been impossible for Canon. There's still a chance for the humans in the next room over.
How very persistent.
We apologize for our rudeness. We are the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards, in charge of security at this ceremony. I'm afraid I must ask for both of your stamped invitations.
Glenore Knox. I am with the bride's party. Here's my stamped invitation. Also, here are my credentials as bodyguard to the bride. Confirmed as Chief Knox. Welcome to Lord Battler's wedding.
I'm Gap. I'm with the groom's party. Here's my invitation and... oh no.
You didn't get it stamped at the reception desk, yeah?
I came here directly, so I didn't go by the reception desk. Haven't got a stamp yet.
Why do you always have to mess something up at times like this?
Gap-sama, my apologies, but we'll have to ask you to come with us to a different room. Dlanor watched, shrugged, and turned away.
Wait there, Dlanor! Respond to my blue truth!
If you want the opinion of the Great Court of Heaven, please fill out an application in accordance with court procedures.
For your attention, know that the ticket window is open from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock on weekdays. Lunch break runs from 12 o'clock to 1:15.
For your attention, be advised that the use of whiteout or strike-through is not permitted when filling out forms. There's a rumor that a certain event I won't name refuses applications for the same thing, yeah? That's an urban legend. Probably.
I will provisionally accept that blue truth verbally. It will be put on hold until the proper forms are received, and multiple submissions are not allowed. I don't understand! Can you respond to my blue truth, or can't you?
If you fill out the application on Monday, we should be able to have an answer for you by the end of next month. Multiple submissions are forbidden, so the blue truth you just spoke will be unusable during this wedding ceremony. This is in accordance with the official Great Court regulations, Article 214-15, Prohibition of Multiple Submissions.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that it is forbidden for blue truth to be used if it is based on the argument that the window seals of the next room over were torn at the time of the logic error.
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that there can be no obligation to provide an answer to said blue truth.
Cowards! Hey, let go of me, Rabbit Band!
The Chiester sisters led Gap away. Just when she thought that she had reached the core, they had underhandedly refused to respond. However, this was a big clue. There was a chance that the window seals on the next room over had been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. And yet, just now, that option had been sealed away. The use of any blue truth based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken, had been prevented. It was now impossible to claim that the 5 who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it.
What the hell? That's low. Isn't that the answer? I also noticed that they hadn't proved that the window seals were intact. But if they can't be used for blue truth, But if that can't be used for blue truth, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, I know. You're gloating again because you alone have discovered the answer. My apologies, child of man. I am stuck on this just like you are.
Huh? What are you saying?
I also realized that the windows of the next room over were left available. However, I never imagined the use of that argument would be prevented.
Doesn't this completely violate the rules? I mean, how can a quiz be fair if you can't say the right answer? Isn't this a logic error for the other side?
We can also view the fact that the tale is continuing as proof that it wasn't a logic error.
In other words, there's some other completely unrelated to the windows of the next room. There's some other answer completely unrelated to the windows of the next room over.
Or it may be possible to explain, without discussing the windows, how one of the 5 in the next room over could have come to Battler's rescue.
Not discussing the windows means getting out of the room without using the windows. That would make this next room over a locked room again.
Yes, that is why I'm also stuck. Because of these strange seal proclamations, the 2 rooms have once again become locked rooms. Most likely.
Most likely what? If you're so vastly intelligent, what kind of answer have you found?
There is no answer.
No answer? What do you mean, no answer?
There is no way out except for the windows of the next room over, and yet we are not allowed to include those windows in our reasoning. There probably is no answer for this locked room.
Then what happens next?
Since no answer exists, defeat is absolutely certain for whichever player is burdened with the responsibility of explaining.
But then, they're out of moves to play. In other words, that statement of Glanor's was, in a way, the final blow. It means it's checkmate.
No, one move does exist. However, that move is one that can never be used again. And it is also a part of Beato's heart.
You mean one of the greatest mysteries of this tale?
Precisely. If he uses that, there may be a chance.
Featherine sighed deeply. It was something she hadn't done at all before now.
I see. So it's finally time for the curtain to close on this long, long tale. Revealing that mystery means finally killing Beato. Battler is probably the only one qualified to do that. If he weaves that tale as the game master, no one will be able to stop it now. Very soon, the greatest mystery of this tale is likely to be revealed. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of dozens of heels being stamped in unison, originating from the honor guards, members of the Chiester Sisters' Imperial Guard, who were lining the cathedral. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Let us have silence, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the wedding of Lord Battler, Territory Lord and Golden Sorcerer, and Lady Erica, the Witch of Truth.
Zephyr and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. It was a great status symbol to have these 2 demons invited to host the wedding. Though they had asked for silence, the attendees who packed the cathedral welcomed the 2 demons with enormous applause.
Oh, it's Zephyr and Furfur. Then what about Beato?
She may have already snuck in.
They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere.
I wonder if Beato found a way to save Battler.
If she managed to gain Zephyr and Furfur's power, then I'm sure she has. There is no miracle that cannot be gained after receiving their power.
And if she didn't?
Then that goat biting its handkerchief over there is probably her. And now, let us welcome the bride and groom.
Please give them a grand welcome to celebrate this new chapter in their lives.
Come out, bride and groom. Walk the path of the shackles called marriage, which will bind you until the grave.
The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. And then, the Territory Lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. The Chester Honor Guard stood at attention along either side of that path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Chester's sister troops that weren't part of the Honor Guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and so on, and keeping an eye out for any intruders. 00 calling 45 and 410. Any irregularities?
Calling ceiling snipers, no irregularities, nye.
410 and 45 could be seen on top of the massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral's ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of the other chandeliers. This seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendees wouldn't notice.
Currently, we are targeting 36 attendees suspected of being Lady Beatrice, as well as 131 who are located in positions suitable for a surprise attack. Surveillance in progress.
Don't let your guard down. Lady Beatrice is certain to stage an attack on the wedding.
That'd be so cool, breaking in to steal the bride, nye. 410, he's not the bride, he's the groom. I said what I meant, nye.
The Chester sniper teams on the chandeliers were using extremely highly capable surveillance agents to track the movements of the several hundred attendees. If any one of them made any suspicious movements, the Chesters would immediately be given permission to fire. The one on that chandelier is Chester 127. That overworking monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. The one on the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. However, she is using a portable magazine this time, so she'll use up her shots in about 2 seconds. That lazy bum can barely do her job for just 2 seconds, nye. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walked down the red-carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you looked closely, you could tell that Erica was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erica to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, who held long ceremonial staffs in the shape of the one-winged eagle.
The moron Battler. What is he lazing about for? This is why people call him incompetent. I can understand Beatrice-sama's pain better than anyone else. It's all because that stupid Battler caused a logic error. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Beatrice-sama will not fall to sloth and let this wedding go on. Of course. Beatrice-sama is greedy. She won't let someone else take away her favorite toy. She'll definitely show up.
I hear the reception's gonna have tons of delicious food. I want to wear a wedding dress now!
Ferncastel and Lambda Delta were in the nobles seating on the balcony. They sipped questionable-looking carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show.
What a splendid wedding dress. This sort of thing's not bad.
This is just the opening performance.
That's pretty cruel. What event are you expecting to be the headliner?
Burn.
You don't really believe Beato will come, do you? You know as well as I do that Battler's locked room is perfect. There's no way that Beato could win. Right?
You must have heard too. There's a chance that the window seal on the next room over's been torn. Seems that Glenor managed to seal that off for now, but she just denied the concept instead of sealing the actual window. It'll fly out the window again. This one-winged eagle.
Wanna make a bet?
One whether Beato will come?
I bet she comes with certainty.
I bet she comes miraculously.
This isn't gonna work.
The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beato would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the locked room and take Battler back. You had to look behind the scenes, so you already know, don't you? The trick.
More or less. But Erica's done a hell of a job, so now even I'm stumped.
Liar.
Oh?
I'm sure you found the answer already. There is one, isn't there? A trick that can save Battler.
There is. But it's tough.
And if that move is used, part of Beato's heart will be exposed. Isn't that right?
Oh, so you do know.
Hey, wanna change our bet?
To what?
To whether Beato or Erica wins.
Sure, if you're willing to bet on Erica.
You're on.
Oh? You're betting on Erica? What makes you think you can win?
If this trick is a part of Beato's heart, then Battler, the Game Master, will hesitate to expose it, and so they cannot win. It will probably be a draw. I'm sure they'll confuse matters and run away.
Battler's sworn to lay Beato to rest. Burn, you're being too naive.
The bet was made, based on the assumption of that certain miracle, that Beato would come. Virgilia, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window seal on the next room over hadn't been confirmed, hoping that this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, two Chester sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. It was a powerful force preventing her from going forward. Unable to move, she was forced to stay there and watch as Battler walked past.
Battler can...
Even now, he's fighting that locked room all by himself. However, he cannot get out of that locked room by his own power alone. Unless someone comes to save him, he cannot get out.
Unless that child comes to save him, Battler will be trapped.
If there is a key to that locked room, I am certain Milady will find it. Milady, I'm sure that you've gone through many trials in your life. But please, this is one trial that you must overcome. I am certain that you can do it. I do not doubt that in the slightest.
The bride and groom slowly processed down the path to the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erica glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that locked room. Once more, the sound of the Chester honor guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives.
Oh, how great is the power to live! The power of love! I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time.
Come now, you who love one another, make the oath of love.
In the place of the husband who cannot speak,
Let the wife deliver the vows on behalf of both. Battler swears to Erica, and Erica swears to Battler, to support each other, both in sickness and in health. I didn't catch that, Battler son. If you have some objection, please say it in a bit more clearly, in a loud voice.
To answer Flame Haze's Flame Gang real quick, yeah, I'm really excited that Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is finally getting an official localization. I wouldn't expect any kind of retrospective related to those games anytime soon, but something small Ace Attorney related is coming to my channel very soon, so stay tuned for that. And watch my new Monkey Island video if you haven't already. Plug.
If you have anything further to say, please get yourself out of that logic error locked room first. Don't worry. I'll support you forever until that day comes.
You have heard the couple's oath of love. Oh, let this oath be eternal.
Thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of servitude. After the oath, they would physically signify their bond. It was the exchanging of the rings. The Territory Lord's ring with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger would become Erika's. By this, she would become the ruler of the game board, and in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erika had prepared. At a glance, it looked just like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and brand him as another's property.
Yes, let the pair exchange rings.
Since the husband's fingers cannot move, let his wife support him.
Erika respectfully took Battler's left hand, then slowly pulled off the Territory Lord's ring that had sat on his finger. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erika stole it away.
This is the ring that woman left to you, right? How does it feel to have it stolen away by a woman like me? I can't hear you. Please say it one more time.
Go to hell.
Oh, is that all? Well, then there's no need to worry, Battler-san.
Erika pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it, and told him where they were.
We're already there.
Then, slowly, she took Beato's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand. Okay, so I've been mentioning it for a while, that there was a scene in this series that, again, it's well written. It's not, like, bad in terms of, like, oh, Ryuki shouldn't have written it, but it is a little intense even for me. It is personally a bit triggering to me. So, for that reason, I hate to say this, I am going to be skipping this scene. I am going to be skimming over it and telling you what essentially the idea of the scene is so that I can just get past it as soon as possible. It's not very long, but if you want to see the actual text itself, then you can go look it up on your own. That being said, the scene in particular, basically the gist of the scene, is that Erika is forcing a wedding ring onto Battler's finger, which has thorns on the inside of it that literally dig into his finger. And the entire scene, through phrasing, is basically yes, it is a metaphor for sexual assault. The language is very deliberate in that regard. It is very much supposed to make you think of that. So, yeah. You can see why it is a bit much for me. So, Menlo with the $5. If I had 5 cents for every time Battler lost an episode and got humiliated in an uncomfortably sexual way while a bunch of witches in goat masks watched, I'd have 10 cents. Which isn't much, but it's weird that it happened twice. But yeah. So we're just gonna skim right by this real quick. Trying to find the part where I want to stop. I think it's, yeah, okay, this is where I wanted to sort of pick back up.
Sure. Just say spare me, Erika-sama, and I'll stop.
Really?
Spare me, Erika-sama, please. I swear to spend the rest of my life as your dog with a collar around my neck, so at least spare me that ring. If you can say that, I won't make you wear the ring. Yes? I can't really hear you.
Screw you! I'll never forgive you!
For making you suffer like this?
No. For defiling Beato's ring! I will never forgive you!
Though Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into a clouded state, they looked strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Battler had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert. so that he could complete his words of resistance.
Of course. It seems that you aren't the kind of dog that can be tamed. But that's what I like about you.
Erica smiled. Then she turned the diamond. The instant she did, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. Okay, we're past it. Oh boy, 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 boy. Like I said, I think the scene is perfectly well written for what it is, and I don't think that like Ryukishi did anything bad by doing it or anything, but it is a lot to handle, and unfortunately it is a bit too much for me to handle in particular. A desolate wind blew through the Golden Rose Garden. Shannon and Canon had already finished walking 19 steps, and their backs still faced each other. At the signal of the demons responsible for this trial, they would both turn and settle this. Each of them held one of the dueling pistols that the demons had prepared. The bullets promised certain death, no matter where on the body they hit. This duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them, and their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Shannon and Canon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already put the emotions of the many days they had spent together behind them. The next time they laid eyes on each other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. The only one who still had no determination or resolution with regard to this duel was Beato. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Canon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they forced to kill each other?
I don't understand. I just can't understand.
Little sister, we are not permitted to do anything but watch.
Separ-san! Furfur-san! Why? Why this duel? This is no trial of love! You really are demons! You just want to enjoy watching one of the pairs fall apart!
Quiet.
You'll get in the way of the lovers.
You're the ones getting in their way! One will fall! The one who loves that person will grieve! If only you two weren't around, no one would be sad!
That is not true. If we hadn't set up this duel.
Then both pairs would have fallen apart. This duel is necessary.
I haven't been able to accept that since the beginning. Do you think love can't succeed without a miracle of magic? The only thing needed for love is two who love each other, isn't it? This duel is meaningless. So stop it, you two. Shannon and Canon both. Why do you have to fight each other to the death when you were once as close as true siblings? I just can't understand.
Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expression changed.
That's right. I'm impressed that you noticed.
That is the truth of love.
What is...
Love needs nothing more than two people who love one another.
Therefore, when there are not two people, we must use a duel to make that number become two.
I could understand if it were a duel between two people fighting over one woman. If it were a duel to reduce the awkward shape of a love triangle down to a pair. But they are 2 and 2. The world formed by each pair is complete, isn't it? There's nothing compelling them to fight.
The minimum number of people that can create a world is 2.
Only when two people are together can a world be born and love fulfilled.
That is why this duel is necessary.
So that they can reach that number of people.
Are you saying that furniture is less than human and doesn't count as a whole person?
Correct. Furniture is less than human. So furniture and human cannot add up to 2.
That's insane! If two people love each other, their circumstances don't matter.
Oh, yes, they do!
Indigo with the £2. Brooch demons canonically opposed to polyamory.
Do you really think that the circumstances of two in love don't matter?
Is it permissible to fall in love with a man who has a wife? Is it permissible to fall in love with a woman who has a husband?
Is it permissible to fall in love with your parents? Is it permissible to fall in love with your children? There are many situations where circumstances forbid romantic love.
Then just what is furniture? Why mustn't furniture fall in love?
Because their souls amount to less than a full person.
Shannon, Canon, and the piece that you are as well.
All of you are furniture. Subhuman beings who do not possess a full person's soul.
There is only one thing necessary to love a human. That is the possession of a full person's soul. That's why a pair in love can create a world.
For example, do you think a man with a wife has the right to love another woman?
Of course not. If he loved 2 women, neither would get a full person's worth of love. A man such as that would not be qualified to love.
See? There are plenty of people in plenty of circumstances who have no right to love another. As long as both people feel love, nothing else matters. That is a comforting lie of naive love.
We cannot forgive humans who falsely pretend that they have the right to love. We cannot permit the love of subhuman beings, of those who do not make up the minimum number of people to create a world.
That is the purpose of our trial. To allow sinful souls to regain the soul of a whole person and become capable of true love.
Separ-sama. Fur-sama.
Our hearts are ready. Please give the signal to start the duel.
The pair bidding farewell quietly asked for the signal to be given. Zepar nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the 2 duelists.
Watch. Watch the duel to see which of the lovers will fall apart.
No. This isn't a duel to see who falls apart. This is a duel to make true love succeed.
I don't understand what you two are saying.
No. You must understand. This moment marks the birth of a human who is truly capable of loving another person.
I don't understand.
No matter which of them wins, please congratulate them. This is the moment when their days as furniture come to an end.
The signal is simple. I will count to 3. When I reach 3, the duel will commence.
Understood.
Same here.
If both of you miss, the duel will be temporarily suspended. You will be given bullets again, and will start over from the beginning, with your backs to each other.
I guess it'll repeat until it's settled.
Zepar, have you seen this sort of duel many times before? Of course. I've seen it many times. Usually, how many times do they need to face off before it's over? In almost all cases, it is decided in the first round.
Everyone must really be good shots.
That's not it. If one side misses, the other can corner them at their leisure and shoot. Miss with that first bullet, and there's almost no chance of winning.
However, if you take too long, you'll lose before you can even pull the trigger.
If you're going to lose anyway, you'd at least want to have pulled the trigger first.
That is a good mindset, you two. Now, here we go. One.
2.
3. In the Golden Rose Garden, when the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing, or the sound of both going off at the same time. In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there, with gun raised and smoke trailing from the barrel, was Canon. Shannon was lying on the earth face down.
Shannon, son.
No. Shannon dropped before the gunshot. Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Slowly, Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a gamble. If Canon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Canon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Canon had also gambled. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm. He was fully aware that hoping Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first could result in him losing before he even pulled the trigger. So he had decided to shoot right away, and he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he was already planning to shoot right away, he was sure that his readiness would allow him to shoot with greater accuracy than her. If Canon had cautiously turned around, and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Canon wouldn't have even been able to pull the trigger. So it wasn't that Canon had acted hastily. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result. I didn't imagine that my quick-tempered sister wouldn't shoot at all.
I'm surprised too. I didn't think that old prudent Canon-kun would shoot as soon as he turned.
As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Canon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. They both had the same view of the situation, which meant one could be taken by surprise.
This isn't over yet!
Canon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel could only be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this all around. And if Shannon could calmly shoot through Canon, it would all be over. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired, Canon bet all the chips he had on these. Shannon could draw Canon in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. She could also pull the trigger just before he reached her, and they would start over from the beginning even if she missed. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Canon's forehead as she compared these options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. Lady Luck smiled, impartially.
Damn it!
In a flash, Canon leapt to within striking distance of Shannon as she missed the final moment to pull the trigger. He swung his hand up and smashed the gun she held upwards. That strike sent her gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Canon's gun also flew from his hand and soared into the air. The two guns danced a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By that time, neither one of them knew which gun was theirs. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. The pair looked up at that brilliant sky and entrusted everything to Lady Luck. Then they grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that was like a dance, and the barrels of each of their guns came to a dead stop against each other's forehead. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet.
When they both pulled the triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica had no way of knowing how it would turn out until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The barrel of Cannon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm. And the barrel of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which. And yet, both expressions were as solemn as could be, showing that they would hold total belief and zero doubt in their own fates, until the moment the trigger was pulled.
Don't be sad. We'll meet again soon. In the Golden Land.
We should have done this much sooner.
And that way, we wouldn't have to see each other again.
It's alright. Considering what day this is, even this duel is just a farce.
You're right. If we're just going to revive in the Golden Land anyway, it really is just a farce.
Then I'll see you later.
Yeah. You too.
So long.
Cannon-kun! Hey, what's going on? Hang in there!
Suddenly, Cannon fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. It happened without any prior warning, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open.
Huh? How? What happened? What's going on?
Trying to get a look at the wound, Goda wiped Cannon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any trace of a wound. And yet, almost as though it was seeping through his skin, blood was pouring out.
What are you doing? Stop the bleeding already! I would, but there's no wound. But the blood won't stop coming.
Hang in there, Cannon-kun! Cannon-kun! Yoshi-kun!
Cannon's face was pale, and though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of the living. Just as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. He passed away.
Yoshi-kun! Yoshi-kun! So long, Cannon-kun. And thank you.
Jessica dashed up to Cannon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his. And as her own forehead grew wet with Cannon's still warm blood, she wailed.
Shannon.
George-san, I won. And now, I have the right to love you. At last.
Shannon leaned against George's chest, as though the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence.
Yoshi-kun! Yoshi-kun!
There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals, and the sound of Jessica's heartbroken wails.
Is your trial for us finished now? It is. Congratulations. You two were the ones who remained.
We will give you our blessing. But please don't forget, you are now responsible for nurturing your love.
Please, take good care of the seed of love that this miracle has created. Of course. I swear to her, and both of you.
And now, let Shannon have the miracle of magic.
Now your soul will become human. You will become a full person.
Come together, incomplete souls. Become one and know love.
When Zephyr and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. They came from the losers of the trial, from Canon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust.
What's going on here? No one ever said the losers would disappear.
As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
Canon disappears because he died. Beato was born to love Battler, so without that right, she too will vanish.
It is very fair. If you had survived, the other two would have vanished instead.
Hang in there, little sister! Hang in there! Weren't you going to solve Battler's locked room and save him? What are you doing, biting the dust in a place like this? You call yourself a part of our complete form?
Why was I born for that sole purpose of loving Battler's son? Why do I like him? The truth is, I don't know why I fell in love with him.
What? You want to talk about that now?
After all, when I was born, I was told to love Battler's son and be loved by him. That was the purpose of my birth. So, I don't really know why I like him.
People don't need a reason to fall in love. Don't disappear! If you disappear, who will save Battler? Little sister! Beato! Beatrice!
Why is it that I like Battler's son? Mother?
Well, you know, I'm not really a big fan of the domestic type of girl. You know me, I'm rough around the edges kind of guy, right? I just can't handle acting politely in front of girls, ladies first and all that stuff. So, if I had to say what type I liked, you know, maybe a Jessica type girl could be just my thing. If I'm crude, why shouldn't she be too? A rough, relaxed relationship with someone who can cuss and joke around with me, so we're not always thinking about how I'm a guy and she's a girl. That could be just perfect. So if I ever get a girlfriend, I'd like someone I could joke around with all the time, like I do with Jessica. Huh? What would she look like? I'm not too picky about that. But if she did happen to be one of those blue-eyed blondes with big boobs you see in Western films, that'd be awesome.
Okay, I know you're like 12, but dude, shut up!
Beatrice, listen to me. I am giving you my love for Shiromiya Battler. You are to become the kind of woman Shiromiya Battler desires. You will have the golden hair he likes. You will have the blue hair and the blue eyes he likes. You will have a personality that matches his. And then, you are to love him in my place. And if fate allows it, be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please, take these desires I couldn't bring to fruition, these feelings too great for me to bear, and see them through yourself. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will be the master of this island, waiting for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all of my troubles onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything, and bring blessings to all lovers. When that day comes, I pray that you and I will both have found happiness. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split a single soul and share it. And though of course that won't amount to a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than most. Let us be blessed. My darling, Beatrice. No one else can see you, your form, but I can. And if you are loved by a lot of people, I'm sure they'll all start seeing you too. We can all see if we have love. Yoshi, good.
Are we dreaming? Insane. What kind of joke is this?
Well, Dr. Nanjo. I'll go call Dr. Nanjo.
Goda. That's enough.
Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And those were the most reasonable words spoken. If he called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like the last unmelted snow greeting the warm sun of spring, Kanon's form, there was no longer even a trace. Indigo with the 2 pounds, we can all see if we have love. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold and vanished completely.
Where did he go? Where is Yoshia-kun? Yoshia-kun. Yoshia-kun!
So long, milady. No, Jessica.
Kanon-san.
No one's eyes can see us any longer. That means that we're no longer in their world. However, we're right here.
You're right. We are here.
For us, a body is nothing more than a cage made of flesh. There's no need to be sad.
But I do feel sad for her. Jessica-san.
That is all. My sin. That's why furniture isn't supposed to love.
What will you do now?
Though I've lost my form, though I can no longer talk to her, and even though if Jessica ever talks to me, I can do nothing except nod behind her back. I will be by her side.
I think that's wonderful.
What will you do?
I want to save Battler-san from a locked room.
A locked room? After looking a bit taken aback, Kanon laughed gently. Beato, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour.
Why are you laughing? This is very important to me.
But it's a locked room. It's only a problem for humans who have bodies.
Huh?
We've already been released from our cage of flesh. How could a locked room hinder us?
Are you sure about that? I mean, there's a chain lock, and duct tape seals, and red truth.
I see. So you weren't from the world of pieces, but a being from a higher level world. That's probably why your limitations are different from ours. Oh well. Kanon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
Kanon-san.
Seeing as you're a fellow loser. Okay. I'll go for you. I'll go to the guest room in the mansion, let Battler-sama out, set the chain behind me, and hide in the closet in his place. How about that?
I'm glad for the sentiment, but even if you wanted to leave the cousin's room, Erika-san's seals mean...
Unlike the next room over, the cousin's room, where Canon had been guaranteed to be a complete locked room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, but he couldn't even escape himself.
In that case, use your magic to give me power.
My magic?
Yeah, use your magic on me.
Wait, I don't even know how.
Aren't you Beatrice, the Golden Witch?
I am a witch, but, I don't even know about locked room tricks, much less magic.
Good grief. Okay, listen up, Beatrice. I'll only tell you this once. This is what a witch is.
What a witch is?
A witch is not the one who solves puzzles.
Not the one who solves puzzles?
Yeah, that's right. If you're a witch, why are you clutching at your head because of someone else's puzzles? That's not a witch's job, right?
Then, what is a witch's job?
The Golden Witch I know used insane magic to create puzzles that baffled everyone and sneered at their confusion. Create a horrible riddle that no one can get, spin everything around, and badmouth them. You aren't supposed to clutch your head agonizing over your opponent's puzzles. That's their job.
Agonizing is my opponent's job.
Don't worry about how to get Ushiramiya Battler out of the locked room. A room locked by a chain? What a joke. You need to create a much more spectacular, ultimate locked room. And make it so that they're the ones agonizing. They'll even lend a hand.
I'm not the one who agonizes.
That's for them to do. It's about time they recalled the true terror of Beatrice, the Endless Witch, the one who can create endless locked room tricks of the most horrific kind. Tricks that can make even the demons of hell prostrate themselves in shock.
A locked room even more horrific than Battler-san's.
We've already gotten our hands on one, haven't we?
Horrific locked room.
In the back of Beato's mind, images she remembered began to flit by, one after another. The layout of the mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Trick, mistake, mislead, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? It was in a book I read once. Beato's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
And one more thing.
What?
That's no way for the Witch of Locked Rooms to talk.
Then you think I should?
Go for Warawa.
The pronoun. Also, can I just say you guys are smart. I'm not gonna say anything very particular right now, but you guys are smart. The fact that this twinky little man, Canon, is the one teaching Beato how to be a witch, how to be, this lovely, lovely woman. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied raucously, Blanor could be seen leaning against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Then, Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her.
Is that true?
For your attention, Assistant Inquisitor Cornelia is currently heading towards the scene. I suggest that Lady Erica be contacted as well.
Understood. I will tell her. Gertrude, contact the head of ceremony security. Prepare for battle.
As you wish. I apologize for interrupting your chat. I am in charge of security for this ceremony.
Huh? For me? Oh, what's going on?
I told you that you were going too far. Champagne Tower bowling was always a bad idea. Time for a scolding.
Hey! Burn! Fine, what is it? Did I do something wrong?
The reception desk has received an envelope from an unknown sender addressed to Lady Lambda Delta.
I always ignore anonymous calls and letters. Just throw it away.
Well, you see, this one is a little different.
What the... Have you told anyone you received this?
No, only the two sisters at the reception desk and I know. I've already issued a gag order. The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Bernkastel had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erica. Erica was drunk, of course, and Bern was getting that way too. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It was true that the envelope had no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfilled the same purpose. That seal was... Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out the letter inside, and read. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she grinned like a kid who'd just gotten a naughty idea. What is to be done? The sniper team is carrying red warheads. If you give your permission, I will give the order to load them.
What are you talking about? Do you realize how important these guests are? If a stray bullet hits one of these attendees, all the new Chiester sisters will be sent straight from the factory to the guillotine for the next 10 years.
Understood, ma'am. We will intercept with regular warheads. Shall we post lookouts around the Seven Sisters of Purgatory?
Why would we need those? After all, the Seven Stakes are battlers, and now Erica's furniture. Why would we post lookouts around our allies? Just make sure security's nice and tight.
Just now, we received a recommendation from Senior Assistant Inquisitor Gertrude suggesting we make preparations for battle. Her reasons are unknown.
From Gertrude? Then follow that recommendation. A party's more fun once you liven things up.
Understood, ma'am. 00, calling Chiester 17, Chiester 38, Chiester 45, issuing code R alert. Standby level 2. 17, copy. 38, copy.
45.
Oh wait, that's...
45, understood. Would have been cooler if you just said copy, yeah? I panicked. Ah, right. 45. Come over here a second.
What is it? Hey, we're on duty. Stop, don't play with my ears.
Your ears. Better fold them down, yeah?
What did you say? You're kidding, right? That's impossible. Cornelia is heading there now. The odds of Beatrice attacking here are extremely high. I recommend suspending the reception and evacuating.
What's going on, Erica? Something go wrong with the entertainment?
No, my master. Please, continue to enjoy the reception. Hey, someone. Let's get Lady Bernkastel some more dried plum wine.
The question had come too fast for Erica to hide her agitation. When Bernkastel saw this, she knew that their final late guest would soon be arriving.
Lucine, I hear there's been some movement in the guest house. The guest house? Who cares about the game board now?
Well, they're saying that Canon-kun disappeared from the cousin's room. What? Are you a moron? The cousin's room is a perfect locked room with the door and windows all perfectly sealed. It's impossible for him to escape.
No, I've investigated that claim as well. There's no mistake. Canon has disappeared from the cousin's room. He's probably hiding somewhere in the cousin's room. Or else he's managed to trick everyone since the beginning and was never in that room to begin with.
That's impossible. It's been guaranteed that everyone in the cousin's room except the specific names Lady Erica read aloud back then. It's impossible for him to trick his way out of there.
How did he get past the Jungfrau seal barrier? No, first off, where on earth is Canon?
Find him at once!
At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral.
She's here.
00, calling all Chiesters. Code R alert. Can you... Chiester 17, can you repair the electrical systems?
Negative. Communications with the management staff have been severed.
All Chiesters, code red. Rock and roll!
Copy.
Copy. Copy.
Understood. I mean copy.
The sniper teams in the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition.
Lady Erica, let us evacuate to the waiting room. It is dangerous here.
What's dangerous? I'm the territory lord of this world! Why should I have to run away in fear?
Gertrude, set up a VIP guard barrier. Call Cornelia back here at once.
For your attention, this is underway.
A barrier? I need to be wrapped in one of your pitiful, pathetic barriers while I'm wearing a wedding dress? How insulting!
The disturbance made even Battler groan, as he sat in the next seat like a doll. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
She took her time, right, Lambda?
Totally. She sure kept us waiting.
What was that just now? A love letter from someone? Oh, what was that just now? A love letter from someone?
A fan letter. From the Lambda Chan fan club.
Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during the blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The Whispering Goat attendees all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
Looks like she came.
Cap! They let you come back too?
Come on, putting me in jail is meaningless.
True.
But Riche, Battler's locked room, the cousin's room, and even the final possibility, the next room over, have all been sealed. How are you planning to save Battler?
Let us suppose that Milady has found some trick X. If so, she would inevitably have to march in here to thrust that in Lady Erica's face.
But against all of these Chester troops, I can't believe this many of them were hiding here. It's impossible. She'll be sewn to death.
Rabbit ears could be seen poking out all around the hall. It was incredible that such a large number of them could remain hidden and unnoticed.
If she can just get close enough to challenge Erica, she should be able to get herself an even fight.
I see. That move. However, does Milady have that item with her? After all, she hated dealing with them and disliked it every time I prepared them for her. Dear me, she remains a troublesome one to the end.
Amid the crowd, Runaway took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw the object in his hand, she understood its meaning. True, with that, it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester troops.
Well, if it doesn't work on Erica, we're through. The problem is getting her right in front of Erica, if only for a second. The Chesters will probably prevent that with all they have. Leah, I'll bet you could give her the time to do that.
Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Since that time she had tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible, with Virgilia's vast magical power, to momentarily take out all of the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erica. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to that red-carpeted path to the grave, stood a calm, majestic figure.
Gart, shoot to kill! Negative. Conducting an identity comparison.
Dlanor ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't comply. Was it because she had been warned about shooting these guests, and was afraid of the consequences if she accidentally shot a drunk guest who had disguised themselves as Beatrice as some sort of prank? No, 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties.
Oh, what a surprise. You know, I thought you weren't going to make it.
The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
It took you quite some time to come here, most honored guest. You had us all quite worried. But I'm glad you managed to make it to the reception at least.
Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly.
You...
Did I keep you waiting, Furudo Erika? I'm here to celebrate!
She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was it still necessary for her identity to be confirmed? Who could possibly mistake this overwhelming presence?
Beatrice! See you in hell is a favorite parting line of mine, but...
Identity confirmed. It is the great Lady Beatrice!
It seems we are here already! Furudo Erika!
At that moment, the two Chiester troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Ronove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic.
Someone find a doctor. These girls seem to be ill.
All Chiesters, open fire! Beato, no!
Just an instant before the Chiester troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had been at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave and exploded throughout the cathedral. The impact made the stained glass windows shatter, and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere.
Spirit particle warfare defenses! Hurry on recovery!
However, all of the Chiester honor guards who didn't have the spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers who were defended were able to avoid their systems going down completely, but it would take several minutes before they could recover. That span of time would be enough to reach Erika. However, Erika couldn't be defeated in just a few minutes. There was no way they could carry Battler away in that time. What should they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red-carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chiester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place Hell. In that case, running from Hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection.
Milady, take this!
Got it!
As she dashed, she snatched something white from Runove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, that instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine.
Oh, we have a meddler.
Reloading complete. Requesting data, yeah.
Firing! Radar targeted! Data link to 410!
410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded over her ears in 45s beforehand, so they were the only ones that weren't taken out.
Firing!
Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her.
Impudence! How dare you interfere at a moment so invaluable for my showdown with Erika?
Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet and ran across the top of a long table covered with beautiful food. The golden snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. The goat attendees ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium.
I can't believe some of those rabbits evaded the spirit particle attack.
This is bad.
With them in that position, there's nothing we can do.
The pair of snipers, attacking from high above on the chandelier, were much further away than Erika was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position couldn't have been worse for Beato, with the entire cathedral inside their range of fire.
Too bad, yeah. Beatrice-sama. The trials of love are harsh, yeah. 45, new magazine.
This? Gap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over the wrong way around, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her the right way up.
Nyeh. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. Let go, nyeh, nyeh, nyeh.
No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Gap twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. The Chiester's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. I've handled these two, but how many seconds do we have? The other Chiesters will be reactivating. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chiesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time.
Ah, Gap! Thanks. I'm in your debt.
Don't forget to thank these guys too.
Beato, good luck! Hang in there!
You don't have much time.
Erika!
Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Jesus, you're really gonna... That's a really funny thing to say. Her goal was straight in front of her. The place where Erika and Battler were seated. Just then, a red barrier was created, blocking her path. It was a VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beato's way. For your attention, know that you will not be allowed any closer.
You think a wall like that can stop me?
How long until the Chiesters reactivate?
Within 30 seconds.
As the eldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Dlanor glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes.
You are not allowed to move except by the orders of your master.
Pining tree with the $2, Beato parted the goat sea with the golden Beyblade. Jesus Christ.
Who is our master? It's Erika now, idiot! No, our master is Battler-sama. True, Erika only speaks on his behalf.
That's right, Onisama. Whose furniture are we? It's just too delicious. I'm gonna have a nibble.
The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder, and her concentration had wavered, but it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer. By whose orders? Know that Lady Erika has made no such order.
We do have orders. The orders of our master!
How can a master who cannot speak give orders?
Even without a word spoken, understanding a master's will is the job of furniture!
Then, it cannot be helped. The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to do justice to the name Weisern-Jungfrau, and took no damage at all, the attack was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier.
Good work, my furniture!
Beato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erika. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erika. Death sentenced Dlanor.
You are late.
Time is already up, Lady Beatrice.
Chiester 17, data link to all Chiesters. Incoming data from the Archangel satellites. Homing format, verdict model conceptual guidance. Chiester 20, reactivation complete.
Chester 127, reactivation complete.
Time's up, Nya. Stop that! No!
Riche, good luck.
So... Glenor!
Back off, Glenore Knox. This is not your fight.
I have received a red truth denying you from Lady Bernkastel. I am afraid that this will become your grave.
I don't know what Bernkastel has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me. I'll play with you all you want later, but for now, back off. There's no time. The Chesters have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time.
You will be the one to retreat. You are the pitiable actor who was chosen who's chosen the wrong time to appear on stage.
Glenor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed right for the crown of Beato's head. However, in that instant, there was a thunk, and the sword was knocked slightly off course. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Glenor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erica. This time, not a single person stood in her way.
This is popcorn. Where did this come from?
For your attention, urgent request from the Bride Security Detail. Chester Sisters Imperial Guard, fire at the intruder immediately!
Commotion quieted. However, no one fired. Why? They could have fired if they wanted to. All of the Chester troops had her fully in their sights and had removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
Why are you not firing? Ceremony guards, immediately! Wait. Look at that.
Glenor's expression grew grim. Then, she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erica would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore the thing in front of her, they could shoot to kill. However, if she picked it up, doing so would be unforgivable. So they couldn't pull the trigger until Erica decided. Why won't anyone shoot?
Look closely. See what Beato just threw at Erica?
Lambda Delta pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erica. It had fallen to Erica's feet. What was that white thing?
She really knows. That girl. She knows what it means to be the main character.
How interesting. The thing that had hit Erica in the face and fallen to the floor, the item Beato had gotten from Ronave, was a white glove. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. That was...
Oh, Zephyr, what is this? What does it mean?
This is a request for a duel. If she picks up the glove, it means she's accepted.
But if she doesn't, the Chesters will do the dirty work for her. Why, there's no need to pick it up at all.
She can choose not to. However, I imagine that we and all the demons present would spread the word far and wide that she dishonorably ran away from a duel.
She would be known for eternity as a coward who ran away from a duel of love. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erica just kicked it away, then at that very instant, the Chesters would probably all fire at once, turning her into a golden embroidery, so Erica did not have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor, who had defeated Battler's locked room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
If I don't pick it up, I can kill you without getting these clothes dirty.
That would probably liven up your reception. However, you will pick it up.
Oh? And why is that? I have brought a wonderful wedding gift just perfect for you. You will want to know what it is. Therefore, you'll pick it up. Not interested. Goodbye. You will pick it up. For the locked room I have brought you is one to put Battler's guest room to shame. A locked room that is simple, basic, and absolutely unsolvable. And you will want to hear about it. An absolutely unsolvable locked room? I know that you desire to accept my challenge. I know that because you are a detective.
Erica threw off her wedding dress as though it was a cape. Yes, though she was a bride, a piece, and a witch, before any of those, first and foremost,
I am a detective. I acknowledge you as my opponent. However, are you qualified to participate in this game? You have managed to fix the logic error, I presume? If you pick that glove up, I will prove that I have fixed it in my fight against you. Good!
oh! The cathedral filled with noise. Erica had picked up the glove. A duel! A duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erica's nod, Glenor pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be allowed to hinder it in any way.
It's all right, Battler-san. I've already found a way to save you. I'm going to save you now. Please endure just a little longer.
Beato's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erica. Yes, there could be no doubt. This was the expression worn only by the Golden Witch, the majestic presence of the master of locked rooms. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Canon. Then he ran up the stairs, to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight through it as though trying to break through, and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Canon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And, as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Yoshiromiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then, the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back such fond memories. There was the honor and discipline of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't strict all the time. When the family was out of sight, and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Kraus-sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as if he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madam was a really strict person, ever since a rumor spread about her being strict on female servants but soft towards male servants. I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. On many occasions when she was alone, I saw her shoulders sagging from her burdens. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others longer. Genji-sama is the one person fit to be called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. Over time, all of those feelings mixed together, canceled out, and left me with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She's helped me out so many times.
I always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my big sister. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda?
I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his servants too, he would sometimes turn red and tell me there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him.
I wonder why such strong memories popped up in the short time it took me to run past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica.
So you're a boy servant. How, old are you?
I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think of it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. We really did have enough time to build up a love that could have competed with the love between George-sama and Shannon. But since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all of that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we were never really able to clarify that for ourselves. No, she told me. There's nothing wrong with spending more time together to eventually find that out. The reasons for love could have come later on. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off, and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear until the chain lock was set. Battler-sama, it's all right. I'm going to save you now.
Battler responded faintly. He'd probably never imagined that help would come to this eternal locked room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by his fleeting delusions, that he couldn't be easily roused. Canon grabbed Battler from behind and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way into the room. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed and torn to shreds, which had been twisted together. He had turned it into a rope, probably while experimenting to see if he could use it for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room, and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this tale, he had been nearly prepared to accept Bernkastel's brutal method of escape and cut himself into pieces while washing himself down the drain. He was willing to tear apart even his own body to protect the game Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had that lasted in that locked room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And, even in the last moment when his heart had died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this locked room that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor, with the chain still around his neck. Battler-sama, it's Canon. Please, come to your senses. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again. Canon-kun, is that you? Yes, it's me, Canon. You did well.
to endure until today. Looks like I slept in just a little too much.
Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
There's no longer anything binding you here. Come on. Please, head back quickly. But if I unset that chain lock, that chain will come back. Don't worry. No longer does any chain exist to bind you, Battler-sama. I will remain here. What did you say?
By now, Battler knew the terror of this eternal locked room better than anyone else, so his happiness at being able to leave was overwhelmed by his shock at the determination of this room's new prisoner.
I will be fine. There's no need to worry. But... Battler-sama, isn't there still something you have to do? Go back, quickly. There's someone fighting in your place, and there's someone awaiting your return. Will you do it again? Not come back? Jesus.
His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
Are you sure? Yes. That will be fine. This way, I can repay my debt from back then. Debt? Do you owe me something? It isn't a debt I have with you, Battler-sama. It's okay, so go. I don't like keeping debts. Go, quickly. You must not keep her waiting this time. So, quickly.
Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Canon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared around Battler's neck. He could leave this locked room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Canon went into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this eternal locked room, in Battler's place.
Canon-kun, I feel the same. About what? I don't like keeping debts. I will definitely repay you, and I will do it soon. I hope I can count on that. Go on. Run. Run to the one you love. And please, never get lost again.
Battler would not turn around any longer. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the end of the corridor and beyond the light. Canon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now, he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room, and fix the error in the logic.
Now, I set the chain lock.
As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Now, if he hid in the closet, the one place Erica hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the final place for me. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved. You know, the irony is not lost on me, by the way, of Canon being the one in the closet here. Just saying.
That's an easy job. Easier than caring for the roses.
Canon entered the closet and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a small gold butterfly appeared melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It must have been a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tick again. So for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place. That's okay. This way, I've paid back my debt. Beatrice. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, now I've paid back all of my debts. I owe nothing to anyone, and no one owes anything to me. That music tape Jessica lent me. I never gave that back, did I? That's okay, isn't it, Jessica? I liked that one. Can I keep it as a present? No, but you'll make a copy for me? Slowly, Canon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And, after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium, it faded away like the light of fireflies, and was painted over with a pitch blackness. For all eternity. In the cathedral, the goat attendees were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erica. In their hands were the dueling pistols given to them by Zepar and Furfur.
Flintlocks, are they? How old-fashioned. Pay it no mind. Demons are very particular about style.
Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. This wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder, like the pistols used in the duel between Shannon and Canon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill. These pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
Beato.
There's no need to worry. She'll win easily, and you'll have to deal with her insults again, Leah.
When this match is over, we should ask to be paid every now and then. When this fight is finished with, I would like to take a trip down to the Caribbean sometime.
Enough talk about when the fight is over. That's an ill omen before a duel.
Beato, take this seriously! There's no time to be standing around laughing.
Why is Riche relaxed and Leah tense? You two.
All together! Beatrice-sama, you can do it!
Beatrice-sama's at a disadvantage in this duel.
Why? Normally, a witch can put up a fight by piling mystery upon mystery. However, since the game has been suspended, she has nothing on her side except the mystery of Battler-sama's guest room. If Erica can just strike a blue wedge through that one mystery, it'll mean that she's solved everything. We can win. I believe in Beatrice-sama and Battler-sama, our two masters.
Did you call me? Thanks.
For once, it feels as though our chances for winning are 50-50. So I'd like to thank you beforehand. It is simply my job.
There's no need to thank me.
In the last game, when you protected me after my pathetic defeat, I was touched. That was the first time in my life that anyone had ever protected me. Even my master has never done so. All she gave me was a way to negate the pain of naked truth by laying bare the truths of others, and causing them just as much pain.
Please, forgive my arrogance. I felt that I needed to protect you.
As soon as I realized what fragile truth you live by, and how much it has been violently abused by fiction that sounds more plausible, I wanted to protect you. Thank you. Our time together was short, but you were a wonderful partner. And I will remain so. You're right. Once we've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together. I'll have you solve them and tease you as we play. How does that sound? It sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to your challenge. No, sorry. I take that back. That would be one of those loser flags, wouldn't it?
Now, are you ready, duelists? When the two demons clapped their hands, the duelists instantly returned to their bold, tense smiles.
The bullets to be loaded into those magic guns are not lead.
A shootout between mystery and fantasy should be fought with bullets of red and blue truth.
As long as you possess truth, your bullets are endless.
However, being hit by a single one means instant death.
Are you both prepared? Naturally.
Of course.
Lady Lambda Delta, the great and powerful Witch of Certainty and member of the glorious Senate, please come forward. Will you swear to oversee this duel?
Of course. I swear it.
The crowd split, and Lambda Delta walked forward with Berncastel by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then, she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high.
Beatrice sent me her revisions to the tale inside a sealed envelope. I have inspected it and find its contents to be valid. I declare the logic error averted.
Smiles. Erica's just a shitty person, but she has a good reason to value truth above all else. I'm glad that Delanor was able to comfort her a bit. I actually think that, yes, like, the way they are positioned against each other as partners is a very interesting one, because Erica is somebody who literally cannot believe anything that's not in red text. She has to believe in facts and logic. Delanor is literally the embodiment of a rule set. Erica can lean on Delanor as a source of unshakable confidence because she represents something steady that will never change, which is very interesting to me.
The chain lock is still set, and without any contradictions with any red truth made up to this point. Without any contradictions to any red truth made up to this point.
The many good attendees knew the details of Battler's locked room. They realized how difficult it was. And though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, no one had been able to find an answer. And now, it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
Therefore, this duel is legitimate. It will center around one single point. The locked room of Battler's guest room. Ishiramiya Battler disappeared from within a locked room sealed by a chain lock. Erica will load her weapon with blue truth regarding this matter. Beatrice will load hers with red truth to counter back. The duel will continue until one side is victorious.
Splendid. Perfect.
Okay. Well then, Beato, present your new revised tale and riddle to Erica.
The cousin's room was also a locked room. Canon used magic to escape from there without breaking the seals. He then arrived at Battler's locked room and used magic to allow Battler to escape.
What a foolish tale.
Good. Erica, is there anything you wish to confirm?
Repetition requested. The one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Canon.
Very well. The one who rescued Battler was without a doubt Canon.
Repetition requested. Battler and Canon are different people.
Very well. Battler and Canon are different people.
That's enough.
Erica, are you done confirming things?
That was all I needed. I've already decided how to fight.
Okay. Let both sides load their bullets.
Erica turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth into a bullet and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be red. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erica to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then, she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the Territory Lord, right next to the two witches who sat as witnesses to this duel. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. It was all he could do just to look at Beato with those sluggish eyes. But a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. Corporal Stuck, did Danganronpa come out before or after this? Danganronpa came out When originally? Let me look this up real quick. Uh, 2010. Let's see. Yeah, November 25th of 2010, and Umineko episode 6 came out. Let's see. In December of 2009. So, Umineko episode 6 came first. A look was enough for them now. Erica closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear.
Good. My concentration is as sharp as ever. Are you ready, me? Furudo, Erica. First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that locked room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Canon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is what comes next. No, it's actually what comes before. Canon was in the cousin's room in the guest house. That room was completely sealed with duct tape, and it's been proven that the seal was in effect until the time of the logic error. In other words, Canon escaped from a locked room that was absolute, with no excuses or twisted logic possible. Good. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate locked room. How did he escape from the perfect locked room known as the cousin's room? If I fixated on that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect locked room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways that Canon could have escaped from the cousin's room is simply a waste of time. The real question is how Canon could have been somewhere other than the cousin's room at the time it was sealed. The cousin's room is a completely sealed can. If he was there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. That means he was already outside it at the time it was sealed. I checked everyone's location at the time of the sealing the rooms. That check I performed must be suspect. At that time, I had just been inside the next room over, and confirmed the presence of 5 people there with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, Nanja. I specifically listed the names of those 5 people when performing the location check for that room, and received confirmation that they were in there. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin's room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone, so whether he was Canon or Yoshia or even Puru Pico Man, they should all have been sealed in the cousin's room. It seems perfect. However, though that word everyone seems perfect, something is fishy. The exact definition of that phrase, everyone else, is all the people whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over, so humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin's room. It seems that Canon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshia, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Canon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in the next room over. Let's say that Canon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Shiramiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Canon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see the double name trick. Stupid. So stupid. All right, I've made my logic. Canon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin's room, left by the window after the seals were placed.
Bang.
Ow!
There was an explosion at the barrel of her gun, staining the tip of her finger red with blood. The blue truth gunpowder had exploded.
I had Dlanor seal that one a short while ago. I told her to ban any Blue Truth arguing about the windows of the next room over, so I can't use it.
Oh, an accidental discharge? Careful now. Guns can be dangerous.
Arahabaki Gaming with the $2. If Canon is George, then Georgie is indeed Sugoi.
Shut up! It's just a little mistake!
The windows of the next room over. You blocked them off with some inane trick, I hear. Gap told me.
Did she now? And so what if I did?
Dlanor, remove that foolish seal. That seal is now your shackle.
Beato has figured out everything I've been thinking. And she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
Lady Erica, please remove it. That fool. I'll make her regret this.
It seems you are ready, duelists. Please face each other with your pistols. Then fire with the sparks of truth. After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erica spun around. Beato had been facing her since the beginning. She had a confident, challenging smile, as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other.
Come, I could do with a little fun.
Begin!
First is how Canon escaped from the cousin's room. I'll use that as my bullet.
Oh, so you'll start from there. Let's have it.
Hold nothing back. Here I go.
After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beato once more, Erica pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth.
The cousin's room is guaranteed to be a perfect locked room until the end. So if Canon really had been in that room, it would have been impossible for him to escape. In other words, Canon was not in the cousin's room at the time it was sealed. Canon's name is an alias. His real name is still unknown. If his name happened to be the same as anyone in the next room over, that wouldn't contradict the check on who was in that room. In other words, it's possible for him to be in the next room over, not the cousin's room.
The goat attendees chattered and clapped their hands in realization, as if to say, of course, I didn't think of that. I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter.
After all, I am a detective. It is true that the next room over was sealed, but at the time of the logic error, only the doors were checked to see whether the seals were preserved. Therefore, there's a chance that the window seals were broken. Canon was in the next room over, and he escaped through that window. That is all.
Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erica's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Erica's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erica's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beato had missed on purpose. There was a confident smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erica a little longer. In fact, that was Beato through and through. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable locked room tricks.
At the time the next room over was sealed, Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in it, and the number of people in the next room over was 5. No one existed there except for those to whom those 5 names refer. Every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one can go by a name that is not theirs.
It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It really was severe. Now that it had been limited to 5 people, any leeway for Canon hiding there had been completely denied. Since only those to whom those 5 names referred existed within the room, Erica couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, and allowing for Canon to sneak in even though his name wasn't on the list. Furthermore, the part about how every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one can go by a name that is not theirs, was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories.
Come to think of it, you only know the half-sleeping me from the last game, don't you? What do you think, Erica? How do you like the game of the Golden Witch?
That's insane. Are you saying the cannon slipped out of the room by magic? More importantly, why did you only knock my gun away?
The human side must crush all of the witch's riddles, whereas the witch side need only crush the human's theories once. Don't you find that unfair? So I decided to have it be even.
Even?
I've decided that I'll make my victory condition be the destruction of all your theories. I've won the riddle of Canon's escape, but there's one more. Let's return to the first battleground, where you gave Battler so much trouble. When Beato snapped her fingers, that guest room of Battler's was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all. Erica, pick up your gun. We'll have this room be your coffin.
I say the same to you! I'll make you regret ever giving me this chance!
Witness, I permit Erica to use X.
X? A basis which doesn't need to be explained? So what are you gonna let her do?
I'll relieve Erica of her obligation to explain how Canon escaped from his locked room, and permit her to involve him in blue truths concerning this guest room trick without explanation. If a theory for explaining how Canon saved Battler did not also explain how Canon escaped from his own locked room, it would have no basis. Erica had already lost that basis. Beata was giving her a handicap by saying she didn't need to explain that part.
Naturally. You've already used the red truth to guarantee that Canon saved Battler. It's only natural that I be given this privilege.
Erica faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to zero. Let's go. Furudo Erica. Detective. Furudo Erica! As long as Canon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Canon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entered in his place. Canon set the chain lock. Canon went into the closet. The end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set and Battler's absence. And in exchange for this escape trick, Canon remains inside the guest room. In the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a locked room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic locked room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switches places with him, and the rescuer is hiding in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible. And yet, Beata thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there is absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But I'd never be able to call myself a detective if I gave in here. Consider, imagine, don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. One thing I can think of. Yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll crush them all with repetition requests. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet. Repetition requested. At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room. I acknowledge it. At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room. I believe that was the whole point. Repetition requested. From the time I entered the room to the time of the logic error, Battler, Canon, and I were the only ones who entered or exited the room. I acknowledge it. From the time you entered the room to the time of the logic error, you, Battler, and Canon were the only ones who went in or out of the guest room. Repetition requested. This refers to 3 people. I acknowledge it. It refers to 3 people. You, Battler, and Canon. Confirming definition. Can I accept 3 people to mean the number of bodies? You're saying that 3 bodies went in or out of the room, right? I've had enough of things being mixed up about with names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear. Of course, 3 people, in other words, 3 bodies went in or out. Only you and Canon entered, and only Battler left. It has already been said in red that every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one can go by a name that is not theirs. Therefore, for each of the names, Erica, Battler, and Canon, only that single person can go by that name. Repetition requested. I am not the rescuer. Of course. You are the detective, are you not? Worry not. I will respect that. Confirming definition. How do you define rescuer? This is also important. I want to immediately remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally. A rescuer means someone who reset the chain lock after Battler undid it. It does not matter whether they intended to save Battler or not. Since she said after Battler undid the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. After that point in time, I would not undo the chain for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it's impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More. I can boil it down even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Canon can be the rescuer. Plus, Beato has already said that Canon is the rescuer in the Red Truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Canon to be involved. At least so far. Indigo with the 2 pounds. Once again, Beato's so attractive right now. Repetition requested. The definition of going in or out or crossing the boundary between the guest room and the area outside it. I acknowledge it. Repetition requested. The phrase guest room includes all of the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I acknowledge it. I've no intention of wriggling out of this by saying the closet isn't part of the guest room. Confirming definition. The inside of the guest room is divided into 3 sections: the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I also recognize it as such. Furthermore, you have already confirmed with the Red Truth that 2 of those sections, the bedroom and the bathroom, had no one hiding in them. Repetition requested. There is someone in the closet. I decline. Why is that? Because Canon is hiding in there? Canon can use magic. It's true that he hid himself in the closet for a time, but he then immediately vanished with his magic. So there is no one in the closet. I cannot respond. I request for that to be repeated instead. Fool, the witch side has no obligation to explain how they did things with magic. No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Canon disappeared with magic using the Red Truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't imagine that there's any room for anything to go any differently from the theory I've had since the beginning. Canon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't! I'll say it again. This locked room can only be escaped from by switching places with a rescuer. If Canon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Canon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. And I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed, both by name and number of people. Which means my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room. So I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped behind my back after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I'd set the chain lock. I sealed the guest room at the time I examined Battler's corpse. So until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, it's certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room at the time I entered it. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. For the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which could have been set from the inside, and allowed Battler's escape, is Canon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Canon entered the room, he set the chain. Hid in the one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Whoa, that was close. That almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought that I had cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think that he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First, the bedroom. We confirmed it with the red that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed it with the red that there was nothing there. That's it right there! When we examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Canon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, the guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart after just 1 minute. I've spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Canon is in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. I found it! I finally found it! Your trick! That was a close one. If I'd gone and said there was nowhere to hide except the closet, she'd have said, too bad, the closet is empty. Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. It's an interchangeable logic trick. Damn that Beato. So in resolving the logic error, she's discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Canon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Canon hide in the closet. Both are correct, and yet choosing either one means losing. I have to expose both at the same time, or it isn't checkmate. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If this was a magician's stage trick, it'd be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it is a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. No, a discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches wage war with mystery, what a regal position it is. The beautiful placement of the black pieces cornering my white king feels almost like art. A work of such beauty that if I were a god in an age of myth, I might wish to display it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I feel honored to have been allowed to participate as a human in a game of truth against a witch. And ironically, it taught me, a person who has always believed that there is only one truth, that truth isn't necessarily always singular. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see a completely different truth. And though each of those truths are true, both are incorrect if they are all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I turned my eyes away from? Because I was blinded by some trivial truth. This is the truth of the world. Because of our arrogance in thinking that only one truth exists, whenever we find one truth, we are blinded to all others. Thank you, Beatrice-san. I never thought that a witch would be the one to teach me the true nature of this world. Slowly, with a soft and gentle motion, like a flower opening, with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erica raised her gun. I am the victor. I've seen through your double check. Then come. Battler's guest room disappearance trick is as follows. While I searched the room, Battler was hiding in the closet. Then, during the disturbance in the bathroom, he unset the chain and escaped from the room. At that time, Canon was waiting for him in the hallway. Canon entered the guest room in his place and set the chain. This is the trick to Battler's disappearance. And afterwards, he hid in the bedroom. This happened after I checked to see there was no one unexpected in the bedroom, so it is valid. In this way, Canon, the rescuer, concealed himself in the bedroom. Erica's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth, and pierced straight down to the bed and the floor beneath. Beato didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth. Canon does not exist in the bedroom. The goat attendees gasped. It had appeared as though Erica had been defeated, denied by the red truth. To goats who couldn't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost. Next is the real one. This is the answer from a human capable of understanding multiple truths. Atropos with the $2. Rats hate her. One weird trick. It looks like the tale of fantasy will end with the second twilight. So, why don't I carry out the remaining twilights and open the door to the Golden Land? If you are to disappear, then it should be surrounded by your golden roses. The fires of blue truth flashed at Erica's feet, and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato. She was aiming behind Beato, at the closet. Now that the bedroom has been denied, you've nowhere left to run! Die! Canon! The 5 wedges of blue truth she released grazed Beato's cheeks, hair, and shoulders, then pin-cushioned the door to the closet, to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight. On the 7th twilight. On the 8th twilight. Gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance. This is the truth I've exposed. That is all. When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large, splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Then, as though this had concluded the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the space that was the constructed guest room became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. Now, the duelists and the crowd of attendees were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there, all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a desolate wind, the hole-covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a greenish-gray robe. Of course, that also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. No! Wait! Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness. Canon does not exist in the guest room. Of course, this includes all parts of the closet, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Canon let Battler escape and hid in the closet. And then he used magic to disappear. This is the witch's truth. That is all. Gloomy Squids with the $2. Damn, Erica, stop trying to out people. And Menlo with the $2. Literal, the Iocane is in both goblets moment. The duel is decided. Sis!
And the winner is Beatrice! Oh. Oh!
Thanks for the clicks trophy. The attendees let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The seven sisters jumped about in celebration. Then, at the same moment, the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. Bailey with the $2. Congrats on coming out of the closet, Canon. The head's ring worn by Erica, who was slowly crumpling to the ground. The cursed ring on Battler's finger, both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness.
Battler! Battler's son!
Beato latched onto the coughing Battler in joy. Virgilia, Gap, and Ronove did the same. All of the seven sisters also crowded about him in delight.
That's a nasty trick. You sure something like this counts? With a trick like this one, those humans will start complaining again about how this isn't a mystery.
No, it's a splendid trick. That just can't be seen by people without love.
Oh, whoops. I clicked on the wrong window. There we go.
Battler's son. Battler's son. Lady Erica! Lady Erica! Someone, help her quickly!
The rose of blood in Erica's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals.
Third-degree conceptual denial syndrome. Use of continuous neutralizer impossible. Neutralization only possible by an emergency approval for resurrection. The Pieces Master must provide approval for resurrection.
Lady Berncastel, give your approval for her resurrection. Lady Berncastel, where did she go?
Search request to ceremony guards. Find Lady Berncastel. Understood, ma'am. Alchester, data link. Search formation.
How despicable to think that a master wouldn't watch her pieces duel to the end. Know that it is despicable in the extreme.
After learning that her master was already nowhere to be seen, Erica, who was being held by Dlanor, didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life.
Gods and demons, tell of her noble passing for generations to come.
Noble.
The villain is supposed to die pathetically, so the star of the show can shine.
I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
Lady Erica, you mustn't move. Stand back. Back off!
When Erica yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her flinched back and fell on their butts.
I am the Witch of Truth. Frudo Erica. A Witch of Truth is a witch who can withstand the truth. Now, I can finally accept the real truth about myself.
The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. I'm just going to go ahead and say, in advance, by the way, we're getting to the stinger of the main episode, and like some of the previous episodes, the text just goes by itself at a certain part to time to the music, so there's a chance I am probably going to struggle to read that text fast enough, so just letting you guys know. Their expressions are firm. That's okay.
Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. That sort of expression is a loser's greatest salvation.
Lady Erica,
The duel is already over.
It is not over.
Until death do them part.
We won't let anyone disgrace her final moments. The two demons grabbed Lanore's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erika walked towards Beato and Battler despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So, as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died, so even though the outcome was clear, it wasn't over. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser.
Erika.
Congratulations on your resurrection. Seems you have bad luck with women. You'll never get a normal one to like you.
True. And I'd never fall in love with a normal woman.
Beato. No. I ask this of both of you. You wish for one final clash?
Erika.
Very well. We are not so boorish as to refuse your noble request.
Thank you.
As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erika. Then, Battler placed his hand on hers.
It's already resolved. What more could there be to argue about?
Erika-sama.
Why am I powerless to help you? Now.
Watch until the end. That's your job as her friend, isn't it? Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. Though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use?
With this being the end, I thought that I should properly introduce myself.
What is she saying, this late into the game? No one could imagine what red truth Erika had loaded.
Beato. Are you sure?
Yes. I don't mind.
I understand. Let's at least pull the
final trigger together.
I know.
Battler placed his own hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger.
Battler-san, I'm glad I met you.
We will be together for all eternity.
So you have to flirt right in front of me. This was starting to piss me off anyway. A teary farewell scene is definitely not for me. If you ask me, a villain's gotta wear this face to their very last moments.
That's a nice look. Married life with you would probably have been fun enough to make me vomit.
Of course. I would have locked you in a world of such constant back-arching pleasure that it would have taken Beato-san completely off your mind. Haha. It's 1,000 years too early for you to capture Battler's heart, little girl. Yes, that one is your cutest look by far. This really is the way for both of us to finish things.
Come.
This is the final parting line from the detective Furudo Erika. And my self-introduction.
Erika spun around in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden petals around her as she raised her gun.
Hello and good day. Detective Furudo Erika at your service. I may be uninvited, but I hope I'm not unwelcome. I am the visitor, the 18th human on Rokenjima.
Sorry, but
Even if you join us all, that's only 17.
あなたはきっと信じ 存在を恐れてきっと信じない今も語りかけて in your heart それでもずっと信じない愚か閉ざしきった愛情が私を悪い場所にただ駆り立てる彼と夢見た奇跡は奪い去られてただお前も感じているんだろうそれはきっと私たちの瞳あなたの夢は叶わない常に目を覚ましてここで怯えてもっと信じないそばで見透かされるベティマイ奇跡はずっと大きな夢を探し出した黄金も中身空っぽのめめがたかが知れるわ彼と過ごした夜蘭の日々が見えない今何かが聞こえてくるんだろうそれはきっと私たちの叫び The final Venus 人々の上に奪いざまに焼き尽くせただ The helpless breaker お前たちを皆 The end of the road is now
And that is the main episode, but we've still got the tea parties. So stay tuned. And yep, they just confirmed. Let's lay that out on the table very clearly. If Erica joins them at 17, that means that the true number of people on the island is 16 people. Let's get to the tea party, shall we? Iconic laser with the $17. Ahaha. For the cast of the games on this side of the chessboard, an immaculate lineup of well-used chess pieces, and a ratty little shogi shogi chip crammed in there, for she insists. Then let the pair exchange their rings! Beato took Battler's hand, and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger.
Are you sure? You're already the territory lord, so this ring belongs to you, Battler-san.
You're certain? This is the world you created. Your tale.
Yes. I created this tale because I wanted to be with you. That means the purpose of this world has been fulfilled. So from now on, I want you to write it.
Oh, Prince Violet with the gifted 10 memberships. Holy shit, thank you. Thank you so much.
The rest of the tale, about you and me.
That laugh is just going to be ringing out through this sweet scene.
Heh, or am I dragging you out of your comfort zone? I'm merely pushing the tiresome task of Territory Lord onto you. It's much easier being the wife where you only have to brag. I just need to play around and wait for you to write a new tale. And for each new tale you write, I will play any role you devise for me. A wicked witch, or an adversary, a lover, or a wife.
My tales are pretty intense. They'll be busy from dawn until dusk.
Sounds perfect.
Beato's hand relinquished the ring of the Territory Lord. From Battler, she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the Territory Lord. Then, they exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. Then, the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them.
In commemoration of the night's events, the Great Territory Lord will now recognize the accomplishments of certain people.
Let those called come forward.
At Battler's nod, Beato read the name of the first guest to be recognized.
Canon, come forward.
Canon-kun?
A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato, and took the form of Canon kneeling in front of those two nobles. Canon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Land.
Canon, right here.
When my husband was locked up and in danger, you rescued him and displayed your self-sacrifice by choosing to remain in the eternal prison in his place. Your devotion is deserving of commendation. Therefore, we will allow for your resurrection, as well as your continued service.
My lady, I'm deeply thankful.
Canon-kun! Yoshia-kun! Yoshia-kun!
Jessica raced forward and landed sobbing in Canon's chest. Canon patted her head gently and held her.
You won't be serving as furniture. You'll be serving as a human. Do you understand what that means?
I do. After looking at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully.
Now for the next pair. Ushiromiya George and Shannon. Come forward.
Damn. Too bad.
Yes.
George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled.
Ushirimiya George, right here.
Shannon, right here. You two withstood Zephyr and Furfur's trials until the very end. Your great achievements in affection, determination, and nobility are exemplary and deserving of commendation. Therefore, I issue you a marriage certificate signed by his lordship.
We are deeply thankful.
This certificate overrides objections from one and all. Let the families of those recognized bless this union with all their hearts.
You heard her. No more squabbling, let's all just throw rice at them and celebrate. Congrats, you two.
When the Territory Lord clapped his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then, a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one.
Now listen here. I won't stand for you making too much salty miso soup, understand? And George is getting a little overweight, so go easy on the sugar.
George, when a man gets married, he's gotta treasure his wife even more than his parents. No matter what your mother says, you make sure you protect Shannon-chan.
Yes, of course.
George-san.
George needs a solid 7 hours of sleep every night. I'll never forgive you if you let him stay up late. And don't you forget that washing his back and cleaning his ears are also a wife's responsibilities.
Is that true? What have I done?
That varies depending on the family.
Rudolph-san, have you been properly caring for your wife?
Yeah, you should know. Why are you suspicious?
Find happiness, you two. Marriage isn't the goal. It's just the starting line, okay?
Congratulations! Congratulations! Ryu, congratulations!
We can't let them beat us, can we?
Yeah, no way we're losing, damn it!
All of the Ushirimiya family, all the servants, and all of the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated the honorees with even greater applause. Thus, the tale woven by the Golden Witch comes to an end. It seems proper to conclude the tale with the epitaph. The following is the passage on the Golden Land from the Golden Witch's epitaph. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. 1 shall be all of the Golden Land's gold. 1 resurrects all the dead people's souls. 1 even revives all the love they possessed. And 1 for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace,
my beloved witch, Beatrice. So, this means Beato now rests fulfilled? That interpretation is probably appropriate. And, now that the game is over, Oni-chan will be released, right? What will happen to him? Well, I wonder. The book of this fragment tells no more of this story. So in the end, we don't even find out what happens to Oni-chan. It's not as though anything will come out of it anyways. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and enjoyed themselves there. So says the tale. But in reality, everyone died in that horrific accident. Still, I've learned a lot of very interesting things. That island really is a crazy place of illusions. Indeed, and your reading was truly wonderful. I feel worn out, like watching a 6-hour movie all at once. I'm tired. Ishiramiya Anje.
I forget what the essay are again, but Nursad with the 500, thank you so much. Just passing by, we'll watch soon. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You really worked hard. My boredom was eased by your reading. The gratitude I feel towards you is one I have not felt since long before I stopped counting the years. If you're grateful, why can't I have some kind of commendation too? That would be good. Give me some time. I will think.
Featherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it gently, apparently trying to think of something.
Ishiramiya Anje.
Oh, Saudi Arabian Riyals. Yes, that's right. But yeah, like I said, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it.
You really have worked hard. You've done well to keep reading for me until the end. With this, your responsibilities as my Miko are lifted. You may return to your original world and be reunited with the fate that you have been given. Sheesh. Feels like this was one hell of a side trip.
Do not pout. I'm thinking of a reward now. Yes, why not? Every once in a while. Why not every once in a while? That said, it has been quite some time. I imagine the ink from the bottle has dried up by now. Even after the tale ended, Anje and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It was very serious and fiery. Anje had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle which had drifted here once more from the Rokenjima of 12 years previous to tell her of a single possible truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. Still, this interpretation had its place. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, for now, she was content just to enjoy the feeling the tale had created, along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made. Thank you for reading until the end, and thank you for your thoughts and opinions. I'm sure the very first Endless Witch is happy. Well, so you can say stuff like that. If you'd just talk like that from the beginning, I bet you'd have a ton more fans. I'm merely praising the wonderful reader that you most certainly are. I just wanted to say, rather than write for a silent readership of unthinking swine, I would find it much more productive use of my limited time on this earth to write a manuscript for you alone. That's the kind of thing you don't have to say. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. Okay. I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a major fraction of my life here. It should feel uncomfortable, sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house, but for some strange reason, it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock shows that it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange. Your friend seems to be taking his time. It must be a long phone call. It's creepy for a guy to talk that long on the phone. He said that he was going to make a scheduled report to Okanogi-san, didn't he? Even though he was told that he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere.
Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. It was too ridiculous a point to argue, so I just left him to it. Is the public phone far? If you go out onto the street, there's the store on the corner a short way down. Then I'll be on my way. Here, consider this payment for the snacks or whatever. If I let you keep that money, will you come again, read my next manuscript, and tell me your opinions? You're willing to pay rolls of money to get an uncouth girl like me to read your manuscript? On the contrary, you were a good reader, and a good thinker. It's in search of a person like you that we weave these tales and set them loose into the world. You praise me too much. I just take books a little too seriously. Thus, thanks for the considerable time that you have given me. I will someday write your tale. Am I going to appear in another one of your forgeries? I hope you kill me in a slightly better way this time. Do you like miracles? You mean story contrivances? I used to hate them, but recently I've become a big fan. I've been spoiled though, so you'll have to one-up jumping off a skyscraper and ending up unharmed, because I don't even count that as a miracle anymore. Then one day perhaps I will write you a tale that you will consider a miracle. I'm really sorry for barging in all of a sudden and saying all kinds of mean things. Not at all. It was a worthwhile conversation. Perhaps I will have my head editor arrange another meeting between the two of us. If the opportunity presents itself. See you again. Have a nice day. Yes, it may happen again sometime. I pray that you find your truth. Thank you. If you ever do reach your truth, please try making your truth a tale as well someday. You want me to become one of your witches? I'm not sure. One of you witches? I'm not sure about that. I'm bad at writing. A good reader isn't necessarily a good writer, you know. Quite true. I myself can never read anything written by anyone else. Sheesh. Then I'm off. After this, I will probably never see you again. But I pray I will be fortunate enough to meet you another you somewhere. Someday. Can I ask one last question? Go ahead. That feathering witch who appeared within the tale, that's you, right? It may be presumptuous to say it, but that was my intention. This might be a strange question, but... Are you feathering? Or is feathering you? Why, I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. The mysterious woman remained mysterious to the end, and so I made it through a day I had no memory of, and the following day I took a boat to Nijima. I'll probably never see her again. However, that just means that I won't see her. The other me's might somewhere down the road. Just as I was able to reach several truths, I pray that they too can reach their destinations. So long, Feathering. If you ever write a better story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by.
No problem. It's the cushiest escort job I've had. Almost like to invite you along, sir. I'll take a pass on that. You know how old I am. I'm done running around all over the place.
The person on the other end of the line was Okanogi. Okanogi was also one who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone.
Our trip's been pretty cool, so right now there's no need to run around. Sumidera Kasumi's searching like a madwoman for her. According to my source, she fixed herself a ride to Rokenjima already. You'll bump into her there. So, just as planned. It'll likely be just 5 or 6 people at most, and they'll probably be armed with nothing more than handguns. They're no match for you. Feel free to run wild. Make sure you kill them. Have you received that favorite toy of yours? Of course. I'm surprised you managed to get it into this country.
Behind Amakusa was the rental car they had borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag.
The Sumidera head family is already given the okay, but make sure you get out of Japan as soon as you're done. Don't forget to buy your cup ramen by the box in Narita before your flight out. I'll take care this time. It's an easy job. There's also the other matter. You understand me, right? Other matter. Well, now you've lost me. Playing dumb, huh? Well, whatever. At the end of the day, you're a man who's never betrayed my expectations. If you're clever about it, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. There should be plenty of ways to handle it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know Anjay-chan is an unfortunate kid. Still, all she had to do was play the part of a secluded, wealthy young lady. Since Eva-san's death, we've all been in agreement on uniting together going forward. This little portable shrine of ours is important, but she's also a liability. We're talking about world peace here, right? Well, let's see how it goes. I hope those Sumidera black suits know how to shoot a gun, right? What is it, sir? Don't tell me that after a few days on the run, you and Anjay-chan have already hooked up? Me and that bratty little girl? Please. Hey, it's not like I care. I mean, it'd mean you'd finally managed to move on, enough that you can take passes at women at least. Half the world is women, you know. You'll never last if just one or two give you the jitters. Oh, speak of the devil. She's here. Guess that's all for today. I'll contact you after I reach our lodgings on Nijima. Later. Anjay walked down the street towards me. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life.
That was a pretty long call. I was so tired of waiting that I left.
Sorry about that. How was it for you, Missy? Did you learn anything interesting?
It was interesting. That's all I got out of it.
Sounds cool.
After Amakusa opened the passenger side door, Anjay got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around to the driver's seat.
Then let's head to the harbor. According to the old man, the Sumidera family has set up a net.
If we do get caught, then that's the measure of my luck. If we don't, then Rokenjima is waiting for me. Let's leave it all to luck.
Luck, is it?
When you can't decide what to do, or when it doesn't matter either way, it's not so bad to entrust your fate to a coin toss.
Then I'll leave it all to luck too. I'm no stranger to that sort of thing myself.
My bodyguard has just said he'll leave everything to luck. This sucks.
Since I had to leave for that phone call, I totally missed the clincher. What happened after I left? Let's hear it.
No, I'm not telling.
That's a shame.
The car dashed through the hilly town. It would not return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Anjay didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current endless witch, Hachijo Toya, had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Anjay's eyes. And we've still got the question mark segment after this as well. I also want to clarify for you guys who leave before the theory crafting section that even after we finish the question mark segment, there are some very important bits of information that we will get on the characters menu. So you might want to stick around for that too. But first, question marks. Lambda, where are you? Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her, and then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I had left the cathedral. I had planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze. where I could kill time until the end of that farcical reception. It's true that I tried to find somewhere desolate so that I didn't have to look at people, but this is a bit ridiculous. I, the Great Bernkastel, am lost? A miracle like that certainly couldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached, a period that's no different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time like that, it's not a miracle, but due to someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this bizarre corridor is because someone's design has forced me here. Who did this? Who pulled this elaborate prank on me? You must be quite the shy one, calling me out to a desolate place like this. Then, from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. No miracle could cause a dog or a cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. All right then. This might be some new idea to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. In the direction that the noise had come from, it was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness. There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that blended well into the darkness. Are you the one who called me here? Or are you just a messenger?
Pining Tree, yeah, you will not meet that character until my last bonus stream, actually.
When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. It was unsettling, as though it had run through a puddle of blood on its way there. After my eyes adjusted to the darkness, even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out the red footprints ahead of me. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but that served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. It headed forward, turned corners, and descended what appeared to be stairs from time to time. And then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it slipped through the crack of a door. Here. I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air and the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sounds of the cat's footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, that same black cat was noisily gobbling down a bowl of pet food. I see. So, this is its reward for bringing me here. Cat. Sorry to bother you during your meal, but I'd like you to summon your master. That is, unless you're actually the one who summoned me. Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall and fell to the ground. Then it vanished as though it had melted into the darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its food bowl, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it into there. Come on. What's with the creepy reception? That was a mean thing to do, kicking it. The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Bernkastel had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. That was you. That cat. My dear flesh-eating cat who has learned to choose its own path. It has been a long time since we last met. It's a path I'd never have to have noticed if you hadn't told me. You're the monster who taught me the taste of flesh. So, you've come back to life. Feathery now, Aurora. It is Augustus, Aurora. You never learn, no matter how often I tell you that. Very well. Even that brings back fond memories. I've heard the rumors. It seems you have taken the name Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles, and have been traveling around playing some far from praiseworthy fragment games. I'm just imitating you, though I could hardly match up to your level. If the rumors you'd heard about me are bad, that applies 100-fold to you. Bernkastel sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the place. What are you afraid of? I'm merely celebrating my reunion with my longest-serving Miko so far. Did you really find my messenger cat so displeasing? By all appearances, Bernkastel's manner seemed relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And judging by the expression that rose to Bern's face, Featherine had been right on the mark. Did you really have to make such blunt insinuations against me? A cat leaving behind bloody footprints and stuffing its face with blood-stained meat. Have no fear. Look closely. Where do you see a cat stuffing its face with blood-stained meat? I just gave it a plate of biscuits as a reward for going to get you. Despite there being no wind, the bowl at her feet seemed to blow away as though it was made of soot. In its place lay a lovely and perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Bernkastel didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Featherine shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. I see you're as unpleasant as ever, but nowadays I find you pleasing. Imitating you really has been far from boring. Scold me as you please. It is the parting gift I gave you when we last met. You liked abusive Mikos because they kept you entertained, right? Ridiculous. If talking with you will only please you, I'll shut up. So, what do you want with me? It seems Beatrice's game has ended with Battler's victory. I observed it. It was quite entertaining. I'm sure you enjoyed seeing me fail miserably. Nonsense, it was a splendid performance. I'm sure Beato is very grateful to you. And? If you want me to read the fragments of Beato's game aloud for you, I refuse. I'm not your Miko anymore. I've observed all of Beato's games. I also watched Lambda Delta's game and Battler's game with great interest. I believe I've fashioned my own particular answers to all the mysteries. The culprit, the motive, the individual tricks. I'm not yet clear about the very last part of the Epitaph's riddle, but I have enough of a theory that if I actually went to Rokenjima and investigated, I should be able to resolve that part as well. And, of course, there is no single truth. My theory is probably one of many possibilities. However, it is one of those possibilities, so that problem is a trivial one. What are you up to? Do you want to debate Beato's game with me? Wrong. What I want is to look at the answers, child of man. Those words of Featherine's made Bernkastel straighten up. Her old master did not fail to notice that small reaction. So far, you've spiced up this tale as an actor. In doing that, you've probably come to know many truths. However, even you are unaware of the truth behind several mysteries that Beato has skillfully kept hidden, correct? I see. You want to use me, to chew apart and string out the guts of something again. After watching a play, the experience of reading the pamphlet and learning what goes on behind the scenes is similar to, as you would say, enjoying some black tea after a meal. It is ceremony, but essential nonetheless. You play with them and love them while they're alive, then eat their flesh when they die. So, cats are doubly useful to you. Just die, monster. I want to look at the answers. I'm sure you want to know them. Think of it as a burial for Beato's corpse, where you are in charge of the service. What do you say about that, child of man? Now you're starting to speak my language.
June, Featherine calls basically everybody child of man. When Featherine snapped her fingers, a thin spotlight shone on a table cluttered with books. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beato's game. The Witch of Theatergoing spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, revealing the rows of black and white pieces that were packed away inside it. It is a complete set, containing the game board and all the pieces. The records of the previous games are all there as well. With a rustling sound, the books flipped through all their pages on their own accord, shut themselves, and flew to the side of the game board where they waited. Inside them, all of the movements of the pieces during previous games were recorded. The Ender, no. Please do not talk about Higurashi spoilers. Do not even vaguely allude to them, please. I see. So, you were short a player and a commentator. We are also short on black tea. And I suppose dried plums. Of course, I will find some. Okay. If you add on some mustard rice cakes, then we have a deal. The negotiations are concluded. I have one condition. Oh? And what is that? I'm going to be the reader, right? And I have no love, so I might interpret all kinds of things in strange ways. However, the reader is free to read things in a manner and with an intonation of her choosing. I only want to check the answers. I have no interest in the tale itself. The particular kind of tale you choose to create is of no interest to me whatsoever. Ah, yes. Now I see what you're after. Will you accept that condition? Very well. I want to know the answers. You want an outlet for your grievances. The negotiations are concluded. When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared as though beckoning Bernkastel to sit there. The chair, its design horribly mismatched with the furnishings of this room, was a throne. Wait, I've seen this before. This is... I acknowledge it. You may sit. You are the game master. Are you sure? Are you really sure? You may create whatever sort of tale you like to ease your inner hatred. I am not interested. However, I have one condition as well. Provide all of the answers I seek. No hiding, concealment, or tricks. Leave it to me. Tearing apart the chest and ripping out the guts is my specialty. After all, you trained me. I shall make you some black tea. With my own hands, not magic. Let the master treat her Miko to some tea. Beato once told me that tea is best drunk in the company of a witch. It seems we differ in that regard. At some point, that dish piled with biscuits had reverted to a mountain of torn-apart meat and a splatter of red. Not just meat, even intestines.
tea is best enjoyed. With your fellow monsters.
Like I said before, stick around for the character profiles, because there's some important information there as well. And then we'll get to theories and art. But first, I'll let you listen to the banger.
さよならをかどの島よもう二度と立ち入ることはしませんから
In that case, let's get the pieces ready. If we keep counting, this will be game number 7, right? Correct. An auspicious number. It won't be for Beato.
Bernkastel slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could even become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was a trash piece, like a pawn. First came piece positioning. Even this early, the witch's game had already begun. Bernkastel took Beato's piece and slowly raised it high.
First move, placement. Beatrice on d8.
And that's episode 6. Yay, yay, yay. Time for the characters menu. Because, trust me, you're gonna want to see this. Oh, look at this. It's Erica. I wonder what would happen if I did this. Furudo Erica fell from a pleasure boat and currently missing. Due to the Rokenjima explosion accident that occurred shortly after, her own accident was lost to history. Her family argues that she might have drifted to Rokenjima and gotten involved in the accident, but no evidence indicating her presence on the island has been found at the scene. Forgers who learn of her fall from the boat often theorize that she drifted onto Rokenjima and add her into the witch illusion. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. I just, yep. Figured that couldn't be left out. The Rokenjima explosion accident. First time we've ever heard that name dropped. We have heard Anjay allude to the fact that there was some kind of quote-unquote accident that people talk about in relation to Rokenjima and why the Ushiromiyas all died. But now, yep, that. Remember how Anjay went to Rokenjima and she was standing on the cliff and she was like, this is as close as I can get, I can't go any further? Yeah, what if it was a fucking crater? Bailey with the $2. I knew small bombs were the key. So, yeah. There you go. There you go. Factor that into your reasoning as you will. Let's go ahead and look at the tips menu just to make sure that there's not anything we're gonna miss there. Aha. Spirit Mirror. Kept in the shrine built on the rock in the waters near Rokenjima to suppress the evil spirits of Akujikishima, it is believed to possess a great power which holds these evil spirits at bay. This mirror is revered by the fishermen around the Nijima area, and several times each year, a small ceremony is conducted jointly by the Ushiramiya family and Nijima Fishery Cooperative. In the past, Kinzo ordered that it be cleaned on the change of the season. However, it is unknown whether or not he did this out of respect for the occult of the Eastern world. And set of dueling pistols. A set of demonic dueling pistols prepared by Zepart and Furfur. The number of shots loaded depends on the format of the duel. In most cases, each gun holds just a single round. The emotions of the duelists are loaded into them, and if the bullet grazes any part of the body, the concept of the target is denied without exception. In the past, duels were performed in the classic style with swords, but this took a great deal of time before an outcome was reached, which displeased certain impatient theater-going witches. For this reason, a dueling weapon that would always kill with a single shot was asked for and created. Of course, these weapons are not particularly popular among theater-going witches who are fans of drama. Alrighty. So we've got that. So let's just go ahead and sit on the characters menu for now. And let's see if there's anything else in particular. Okay. It's not gonna, like, give us kills for any of the characters that we didn't get to an actual Twilight for. Yeah, nothing for Beato the Elder. You can't execute Zepar and Furfur, of course. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing else that I was missing here. So, that being said, you guys know what time it is. Let's go ahead and queue up Miss Rat Pat. Why did it change? Hold up. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry about this, Indigo. For some reason, it, like, tried to pull from an old OBS folder that had the old file, even though I definitely changed it. I am replacing it right now. I don't know why it did that. That's so weird. That was not me. Okay. Use the right art, please. There. Jesus. Anyway, sorry. But yeah. It's theory time. Go ahead and put your theories in the chat while I pull up art. That's good art. Let's see. Tumblr. Okay. Ooh, some good stuff in here. Got that. And then there's also some in the Discord, I'm pretty sure. So let me get that pulled up. Art. Scroll back. Okay, this is... yeah. Okay, yeah, I have to include this one. It's too funny not to. Giving you guys some time. Okay. Got that. Got this. Let's see. God, a lot of good submissions from the Discord in particular. Okay, and then gotta make sure that I get this. Okay. Okay, I think that's all of the art. So that means I can start looking at the chat now. Oh, Atropos just posted to Tumblr? Yeah, let me refresh it. Yep. Oh, we got 2 more new ones while I was actually looking around. You guys are quick on the draw. Literally. Haha. Okay. Now I should have those. Scroll down here. Scroll down here. And then scroll back in the chat. Okay. Okay, I think that should be everything. So, now let's look at the chat. Scrolling up. Okay, here we go. June. Last stream, Battler said there were 17 people. Now he's saying there's 16. Which is it, Battler? Better keep your story straight. the fucking Clone High clip. Okay, so, Indigo. So you're telling me that Sayo Yoshia and Beato all show up in scenes where they're the only characters and nobody sees any of the 3 together unless they are about to die or are analogous to one of Beatrice's servants in Purgatorio, the only exception being Goda, who addresses the group of Genji, Kumasawa, Sayo, and Yoshia as Genji and the women, and they're also some kind of some of the only characters to remember past games, and they can't both fulfill their love because they're furniture, something that has been used to refer to non-literal characters and imaginary friends before, and the situation in this episode is repeatedly compared to people fighting over one person even though they're fighting over two, and even with the rat, with the character, there are still somehow no more than 17 people on Rokenjima, and Yoshia's body is always going missing. In fact, his disappearance in episode 2 is repeated here in episode 6, with the character saying it would reveal Beatrice's heart, and. Well, you know. I refuse to comment. Do you, chat, just a quick question. If you were on to the real answer of Umineko, do you really think that I would play dumb? Do you really think that I would sit here and play dumb and act like I don't know that you're on the right track? Would I do that? Do you think that I would do that? Do you think I'm the type of person who would do that? Anyway. Let's see. Do we need another map hat now that the rat is gone? I'm sure that there's a good candidate for another one if Indigo wants to do it. I'm sure that somebody will be able to communicate that in that case, but you know, one way or another. We got a couple weeks. Zynga Girl moment. I've only realized this recently after revisiting episode 4. So the Ava Anjay meet was definitely... the Ava Anjay met was definitely Amakusa after killing the Sumidera guys, and after Amakusa aimed his gun, it malfunctioned and killed him. That's why Ava says cool before dying to Anjay's gun. Amakusa's signature catchphrase after his first meeting with Anjay in this episode. After everything, Anjay is still alive. Anjay is alive. I have some thoughts on Anjay's whole journey and that sequence of events, but I can't really share my thoughts on that until later. So. Still working on posting some of my works on Tumblr. Then I guess maybe I should hold out a little bit just to see. But yeah, I mean, when we get to end of theory time, I'll refresh everything one more time just to see. Okay, I think my I think my theory now is that the explosion happened after the massacre. The Rokenjima massacre was referred to several times, and it would make sense that I was referring to the explosion, since that's an accident, not murder. There are two separate events that we're going to be led to believe are unrelated. Perhaps the reason the case went unsolved for so long is that shortly after it was discovered, all the evidence was destroyed by the explosion. Perhaps. Indigo, I think it's fun how the rat loses because she is so single-minded. In episode 5, her goal is to create evidence that pins Natsuhi as the culprit, and she gets fancy about it, but she closes off all other truths, which is why Battler disarms her so easily. In this episode, the answer is being practically screamed at her, but not only does she ignore love, she literally isn't even trying to solve the mystery, just twist the story to the point where Battler gets trapped. She hasn't been paying attention to anything but her goal. Yep. Pretty much. She wasn't even going to try to beat him on the basis of, you know, the actual, like, answer. She was basically just going to try to entrap him, because she is extremely, extremely vindictive about what happened last time. Gwendolyn, wild theory, I wonder if the island used to be a military base or something that was abandoned and Kenzo bought. That would explain why there could be an explosion that destroys the island. I mean, Kenzo was definitely involved with, like, wartime stuff, if you recall, and also there are weird tunnels underneath the island, so I guess you could probably make that argument if you wanted to. There's basis for it, at least. It's, you know. So, not, I wouldn't say that's a entirely wild theory. Ultimate Zora Link. Also, now that Shannon is canon as Beatrice and Explosion Theory both seem confirmed, can we solve everything now? Feels like I need to reread with those two facts in mind. You could solve everything at the end of episode 4, theoretically. But if those are things that you feel inform your reading much more, then I would definitely encourage going back and looking at stuff through that lens and seeing how that information shifts around and what it tells you. Always thinking, always thinking. Donkey Monkey, this episode confirmed to me that Shannon and Canon sharing a body can get around red truths. I don't think I'll use it to ignore their Canon dyed red truths, but I can't deny that those that do easily now. Seditious. My theory is that Yoshi is actually the name of a specific bomb, with Canon being a code name for initiating the island's self-destruct. All murders were done by the bomb, as it was also just Canon. Yeah, Shannon on the hot mic, like, Kenzo, it's time to launch Canon.
Very well.
Evie Curry posted another thing to Tumblr. Rip to the like 70 or so people who still follow me there after 14 years. I know that feeling, buddy. Okay, yeah, I think I did get yours earlier then. I just wanted to make sure that that was the one that I was thinking about. Sure, a great number of us in the chat could have pulled off the trick Yoshi used. I myself could easily have done it to you even just a few weeks ago. I mean, you literally could have. It's possible. Why does it scroll me down when I scroll? I don't like that it does that. Atropos, also, I'll maybe include my poem if that's acceptable, but also don't want my thing to be too long. Yeah, feel free to go ahead, and then, like, if, you know, I'm sure that we'll hopefully have time, because we're not even at the 5-hour mark right now anyway, so. Donkey Monkey. My real theory for the locked room was never fully denied. The rooms were sealed after people's positions were confirmed in red, so Shannon/Canon left through a window before the room was sealed. Then the Shannon/Canon stuff can be used to get around all those red truths about who exactly went where. Go to Churchill will become real. He used the power of small bombs. True. Got no theories. Enjoyed the streams, but I don't totally understand stuff always. I feel like they're probably giving me the answers, and I'm just over here like, what the hell did that mean? Yeah, don't worry. I was definitely like, it took me a while to think on some things when I got to this part for the first time, especially. Radio Amnesiac. What if Battler is the baby from 19 years ago and his revenge plan is to recreate the Witch of Rokkenjima? Beatrice has self-love. Battler wasn't the detective in the first couple of chapters. Well, like, Battler is still the POV character in episodes 1 and 2, though. So, I don't think that's necessarily true. You can't get him on the detective POV thing there. His POV still has to be impartial in those episodes. Um, Ultimate Zorlink. Funny that his name is Canon. If he's just an identity of Shannon that doesn't really exist, does that mean he is non-canon? Boy, oh boy. Topher Dispenser, you do realize what you said made us certain that we're on the right track. Listen, Umineko is incredibly heavy-handed. I'm allowed to be a little heavy-handed here and there. And I didn't confirm or deny anything. So don't try to entrap me. Bazinga Girl moment. There's a lot to say about Erica, but I don't believe she existed. Even after the tip's execution, Kawabata mentions no ship could be driven on that day, yet the cruise was running at a time where the culprit knew there was a typhoon ahead of time. Anjay doesn't mention Erica in her discussions with the survivors and doesn't try to reach out to the family. I think she is a rumor personified, an imaginary character forgers created as an OC, trying to prove the Urkinjima mystery, but with no love at all as they do impossible things to prove themselves superior. Why didn't Battler do the most rational and logical things in his message bottles, despite being a detective? I believe Erica was created as a response to that. She is the 19th human, imagination personified. I think that's an interesting way to interpret her character, for sure. I don't necessarily... Like, I'm not necessarily of the opinion that she's not a real person. I still think there is definitely room to believe that she was a real person in some fashion, because I don't think that Byrne created her out of whole cloth or anything like that. But I still think that is an interesting way to think about it, for sure. Statius, perhaps all the servants were hired because they were created in a lab as sentient explosives. Thus, none of them are real people, and we don't. And we have 12 people, not 17, and there are persons X that we don't know about. You know, I've heard some things about Caconia. I'm gonna leave it there. What if Urkinjima is just the island from Lost and everyone has been in purgatory the whole time? I mean, what if? That's why I don't like the idea that Battler did a bad job in Game 6. People weren't even trying to play the game. I mean, yes, but also, like, when I don't know, like, when I harp on Battler about the way he set up this game, I harp on him specifically for the fact that he sets up the game, like, he claims to set up this game to demonstrate his understanding of Beatrice's game, but he does it in a way that she would not have done, because he is not willing to go through with how she would have done it. You know what I mean? And that, in particular, is part of what screws him over. Like, he would have not been able to be taken advantage of in the way that he was if not for that. I'm not saying that it's, like, not understandable for him to act that way. I think it's very consistent with his character. I think it's good character writing. I just, you know, yeah. He doesn't do it the same way Beatrice does. Seditious. Kinzo was a war profiteer on an island with weird tunnels and had access to a vast fortune and weaponry that should be illegal, so I don't really doubt him just owning a nuke or something. Possibly? Let's see. Shannon and Cannon always die because Cannon is a bomb and Shannon is not immune to bombs. True. I'm just thinking, are there any other games where Shannon/Canon survives and the other dies? From memory, I don't think there is. They both die in episode 1, they both die in episode 2, they both die in episode 3, they both die in episode 4, and then the game is suspended before it finishes in episode 5. So yeah, I think you're right. Deathbird. Wait, Amakusa and Okanogi were talking about world peace. Damn it, I think they're alluding to Kikonia. Wow. I don't know. I don't know about that for sure. We'll see, I guess. I think Canon just has SV_cheats enabled and used no-clip to save Battler. Also true. I feel like Canon or Shannon could die without killing the other if the dead one was simply discarded by the other, like they stopped using that identity. Okay. 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 You're overlooking the biggest reveal in this episode, that Kinzo was behind all of the witch's pranks and Canon was his accomplice. Poor Goda. Well, it didn't say all of the witch's pranks, it just said that he liked to play pranks sometimes. Some of them could have been his, but we don't know if those were all Kinzo. Though it is really funny to imagine Kinzo just fucking with Goda for the hell of it. Real theory. I think the 19-year-ago baby is real, since in like episode 1, she gets extremely nervous about the phone call when Maria is singing in the distance, and it matches well with the later calls. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking about Natsuhi, I guess. Dragonite, like, is it a case of having different personas for different situations? Is it a case of plurality, like with DID? Is it even comparable to a real-world thing? I think you can definitely, like, you know, if this is the angle that you're going to explore from, I think there's definitely ways that you can interpret that. I am personally going to choose to refrain from saying one way or the other. Because, yeah, I just feel like it would be better for me not to directly comment on that aspect. Kinzo has a nuke under the mansion? Well, I wouldn't put it past father. Definitely completely stumped on the episode 5 letter. Definitely something to do with it appearing after Canon and Shannon enter, but I haven't fully figured it out yet. Can you give us a hint, Marcy, or a hint to a hint? About what? What do you guys want a hint for? What hint are you looking for? What are you seeking from me? We've already gotten a lot of hints, I think. Yep. We've already had a confession. There's no need for hints. That's true. For anything? Do we have a chance with Beato? I mean, I can't tell you that one. For anything. Huh. If I can give you a hint to anything. Beato was created to love Battler, wasn't she? Yeah, that's true. Fuck. What's something... Anything. You're giving me a lot to work with here. Oh, okay. You know what? I think I know. I think I know what I'll give you a hint for. Regarding what the rest of the story will concern. A funeral is not for the dead. It is for the living. There you go. There's your hint. And with that said, why don't we move on to fan art? And let me go ahead and make sure real quick that there are no other last-minute fan arts that I need to pull up on that note. Okay. Yep. Don't think so. Think we're good. All right. Let's get going. Turn that layer on. Yay! So, first off, we have this from Natka, which is _ Noruoki on Twitter. I recently acquired an IKEA rat, named him Battler, and now we're here. It was supposed to be a silly shit post for the episode finale, but I ended up really enjoying drawing Erica's hair. Who's the rat now? And what's in the box? Such a funny cartoon rat. And yeah, you did a really good job with the hair, especially the like little colored shading here. Very, very nice. Or like the highlights, I guess, rather, is probably a more appropriate word, but yeah, this is really good. I like this a lot. Also the little like letter necklace thing, very fun. Very good stuff. We have this from Jack Black Rabbit at Jack Mintier on Twitter. Amy and Blaze as Lammy and Burn I did a while back. Love your streams. This is really cute, and this is, you know, another palette, but yeah, I really like this. This is really good. This is very cute. I love Blaze Burn a lot. The way that like you interpreted her hair here is very good. Yeah, really like this a lot. Fantastic job. We have this from Sharoo on Tumblr. That's SHAROO. Finally made my Umineko OC, Shax, one of the 72 demons currently serving under the witch hunter Futaba Yoshida. He possesses the power to mire the senses and minds of mortal beings through powerful illusions, alongside an above-average resistance to the anti-magic toxin of deduction, especially for a demon of a lower rank. These allow him to provide his summoner with excellent protection. However, Shax is rarely called upon due to his widely recognized unreliable nature. As a master illusionist, He also understands better than most how illusions are constructed and is as able to reveal the puppetry at work as he is to operate it. Having long become disillusioned with weak witches who summon him to compensate for their own lack of power or ingenuity, he has taken to testing them. Should his master not meet his standards of matching his intellect, be it falling from his amiable, loyal front, or by failing to maintain an illusion through their own efforts, he will use his power against them to expose their fraud for the smoke and mirrors it is. Alone or under the employ of witch hunters, he's led many witches to their doom, having been summoned and skillfully bound by contract, with Futaba tasked with helping her uncover the mysteries of Rokkenjima. He waits to see the worth of his newest master. Perhaps he shall be entertained for a while. Finally finished my Umineko. See, I've been waffling about his design since I couldn't decide how much I wanted to portray his abilities visually. Some other concepts for him include a Twinkie stage magician and some variation of a guy in a gas mask / camo suit, before I settled on Jovial Uncle, who is definitely trustworthy TM. His color scheme is meant to imitate a stork, since in the Ars Goetia, I know the name of it, but I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Shax is said to possess such a form. His powers rely on the fact that nothing is scarier or more fantastical than the human imagination. He bolsters these illusions of the mind through summoning lesser monstrosities to make noises in the dark or pose as distant silhouettes, having beforehand mired the target's senses with drowsiness or alcohol. His greatest weaknesses are sealed rooms and light, for it reveals all of his creations to be mere shadows. Thanks for the streams, Nezumi. Can't wait for the next one. This is really cool. I like that dynamic a lot between like it being sort of like a risk-reward in terms of a summoning, where it's like, oh, you could get a lot out of this this person, like, you know, if you were able to utilize his abilities well, but if you're just using it to make up for the fact that you yourself do not have a plan, then it will backfire on you. That's a really cool sort of like energy to hit with an Umineko. So yeah, I like that a lot. Very good stuff. Also really good, cool design as well. Overall, just very, very good. We have this from Dingo's Trash on Tumblr. Not an intentional bit, but I really enjoyed the Ushiramiya struggler moment from Stream 24. Me tripping over my own words, I assume. If they push, fuck! Got it! No! Very good. We have this from Indigo on Tumblr. Umineko, the Shrine Maiden of Purgatory. The second I heard the story called Anjay Miko, I wanted to do something like this because I know another Miko, and that's my friend Reimu from Toho. I also fit Featherine into Yukari's role since it just made sense to me. She doesn't have her halo here, but don't worry about it, her memories are fine. I would liked to draw the two in Reimu's old Toho 1 outfit and Yukari's Toho 7 outfit, but sadly I didn't have a lot of time this week. I just finished this like 2 minutes before the stream and there are still some mistakes in it. I might try to come back and draw that later, though. Watch out. I read ahead this time, and I'm watching this with Headless / Arahabaki. Looking forward to the total BS this week. This is really good. I think they fit these outfits very well. Choosing Yukari's outfit for Feathering especially was actually a great choice. Yeah. I saw that you read ahead slightly, but I hope you enjoyed regardless. But yeah, fantastic work as always, Indigo. We have this from A-Pining-Tree. After so much thinking and effort, I present my witch OC, Kezia the Immortal Witch. Description: trigger warning, suicidal thoughts. Okay, thank you for the warning for this one. A young witch with great potential. While never experiencing a proper apprenticeship, Kezia's path to witchhood began early as she had been afflicted with a cruel curse for her entire life. This curse makes it so that no matter how she feels, Kezia is always burdened with the desire to die. The curse is so heavy that even her subconscious is forced to repeat it ad nauseum. As Kezia still has the desire to live, she developed powerful magic to ward off the curse until she found she was incapable of dying. As a true immortal witch, Kezia understands that an immortal life is not an endless one. Even if an immortal witch cannot die, they can still be killed. And Kezia has accepted that someday, if it's tomorrow or thousands of years away, something will kill her. As such, Kezia still holds a great deal of respect for life. Even in the way she expresses it sounds more like belittlement. Kezia also holds great disgust towards endless witches. After all, an endless being is shallow immortality. If a phoenix must die endlessly to be immortal, then it is a waste of existence, as all living beings that have yet to cease living have the potential to become immortal. Kezia's magic does not ensure someone will live. Instead, her magic allows others to tap into their own desire to live, letting them push beyond their human limits as long as they refuse to die. That's really cool. Also, speaking of cool, this design is really cool. I like these colors a lot, especially the soft red combined with the green. Very great. The sort of bird imagery stuff going on. The staff. The outfit itself in general, like the way it is like put together is, yeah, it's just mwah. Chef's kiss, Goda's kiss. Really, really good. And again, I have to commend you for the thought put into the actual character description as well, because I think that is a really interesting sort of dynamic with like an immortal being struggling with that same sense of sort of like, you know, something a lot of us struggle with. And that's really good. That's, yeah, very good stuff. We have this, which is super fucking pretty, from VulpX. I'm not sure how to pronounce this URL, but it's on Tumblr. It's VulpXCula, like VulpXCula. A little Anjay whip that I wanted to share. I love my poor survivor's guilt baby and thought she would look so cute with curly hair. I've been watching NezumiVA's Umineko streams and I'm so excited to finally be caught up. I'm definitely going to have to do a rewatch because I did not pay enough attention to the earlier episodes. Fair enough, but you did a fantastic job with this Anjay here. This is incredibly pretty. And yeah, you definitely did a really good job with the hair. I think curly hair Anjay is such a cute choice. Very, very fantastic work for my favorite character. Thank you for submitting this. Really, really like it. We have this from Ebi-Hime on Tumblr. Being a game master isn't easy when it involves being privy to your whole family's trauma, huh? Also, I swear I started drawing that sicko meme as soon as I saw that scene in the novel, and before I started listening to the Golden Truths podcast. It's just what the Lover's Duel made me think of. Haha, yes, good. The sicko shirt. Oh god. Gnashing of teeth, sobbing, wailing. Rudolph up there with the Kyrie about to stab Asume, I think that is. Learning about how his dad fucked up even worse than he had known. Got a feeling so complicated. This is a fucking JoJo Duwang translation reference. Fucking Evie Curry. Fucking, you got me. You got me with that one. I have nobody to blame for myself for understanding that one. What a beautiful Duwang. But yeah, very good, very funny. I love sicko Elder Beato face a lot. And now we're on to the Discord server stuff. We have this from Ajax, my AU where Umineko takes place in southern Pennsylvania. Did he just put 20 pickles on that? Sakutaro with the fucking Bucky's beaver. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. 1 shorty roll, 1 provolone, 1 turkey, 1 pickles, 1 onions, 1 lettuce. It's really good. You did a very good job with this because it cracked me up incredibly badly when I saw it. Oh yeah, and the Wawa uniforms, of course. Fantastic. We have this from Gloomy Squids on the server. So there's this pharmaceutical mascot in Mexico named Dr. Simi, and I just had to doodle Nanjo in that style. Dr. Nanjo. but epic. Very true. We have this wonderful one from Ajax as well. I won't be able to make the stream tomorrow. I don't think it'll be covering my favorite scene in episode. I don't think, but it will be covering my favorite scene in episode 6. So I wanted to draw Zeppin for an honor. Hope everyone has a fun time. They're so adorable. They're so cute. You did a fantastic job with them. Wah. I love them. We have this from not_witch_. Reposting the Witch OC stuff for stream. I didn't make an original design for her and just used my standard OC design because I was lazy / wanted to actually have things instead of just spending time relearning how to make a model for the witch outfit. Witch of Denial. The Witch of Denial that has lived for 1,000 years. Lady Bernkastel has recognized her with the title of Witch of Denial. However, she refuses it and does not refer to herself with any title, but name not_witch_. She denies any world where magic could have claim over the truth. When she has made up her mind that something is not satisfactory to her, she will fight tooth and nail to deny any theory that opposes her, even past the point she knows she is defeated. She will diligently look for any and all gaps that she may be able to stick her needle through. She fights with the threads of blue truth, weaving a million impossible and unseen answers, each as weak as a single hair, but altogether it would take 1,000 years or more to tear them all to shreds. Do not be fooled by her fast tongue and steadfast determination. Her blue truths are seldom correct when any thought is put into them, and the thoughts that are may only serve to back her into a corner, but let your guard down and your head will surely roll. Likes black tea, friendly disagreement, playing devil's advocate, plushies, Erica, dislikes being wrong, coffees. Erica likes and dislikes Erica. A true Erica fan, in the greatest degree. Also, yeah, I really do like the idea of threads as a weapon, all like building up. It's very, very cool. Kraus, Kyrie, Rudolph, Rosary, either poison or giving sleep, blah, 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 blah. Like, nuh-uh. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh? No. Not that. Not that. We have this from Phantom Marigold. Out here living my best life. Battler is drowning. This ain't about him. Well, we'll see how that goes for Erica now, I guess. Sorry, Erica. Very funny. We have this from ERA. Happy early Halloween. Cream? Vanilla? What are you two wearing? the Rosa and Maria outfits. Cute, but understandably cursed, given the context. Amy's face is my face in this situation. We have these memes posted by not_witch_ as well. It was magic. Mental gymnastics. It was a simple sleight of hand trick, and you're stupid for even believing that. I could easily just lift... If she wasn't the detective, she would commit murder, and I would be proud. She would murder that 9-year-old. This was something that was said before she indeed actually did that, so the, gift of prophecy meme. We have this from Gloomy on the Discord. Submission for art time. The mean witch moms, they are up to no good. They are so cute. I like them. We have this from Benny on the Discord server. Very good, Maria. Very cool pose. Also, very well-drawn staff, too. I'm slightly jealous of how well you drew the staff, and the dress in general, too. Like, just, both very difficult things to render well, and you knocked it out of the park. Very, very good. We have this from June in the Discord. I feel so bad for drawing something so sad for this epic episode.
Is this what you felt? Anje.
Damn. Damn. Ow. You didn't have to do that to me. We've got this Sin chart of Hideyoshi from the Death-Bird. Last second Hideyoshi, thanks for the war stories, shame you were as bland as toast. Pride B, Envy D, Sloth B, Greed D, Gluttony B, Lust C. Sin total 125. I would have personally put Hideyoshi's greed slightly higher, because he does get kind of whipped up into a frenzy whenever the money stuff comes up. But overall, though, I would say that, yeah, for the most part, I would agree with these. We have this from Atropos on Tumblr, at the Dapper Snakes URL. We're all having a hand at making our own Umineko furniture, so here's my go. Her name is Rose, and she is based off this My Little Pony I lost at the beach. I was devastated when I lost her, so one of my cousins wrote me a letter from her. I wrote 2 poems about her, one of which I'm trying to get published. I did not remember to open that link, so let me also open that link. That is the one. So let's read this. From Rose with love. I have a letter written to me by the My Little Pony that I lost at sea. She told me, don't worry, I'm happy and free. Said she would always keep me in her memory. To me, I think the magic only grows, knowing that it wasn't written by my pony Rose, because the magic stands even if I don't believe. The magic is the love that I can perceive. Aww. That's really good! I really like that a lot! That's, you understood the assignment. You understood the assignment so well. Thank you for sharing this. This is really sweet. I really like that a lot. And just to show the art again. Yeah, that's really good. Thank you, Atropos. And last but not least, unless we get some last-minute submissions, we have this from Ibihime on Tumblr as well. Rest in peace, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Hey, so it took me so long to paint this, it went through like 5 repaints before I was ready to say it was good enough. I wanted her to have a haughty expression, but it was just not working out. Maybe one day. Also, I totally copied and pasted a single rose over and over again to save my wrist. I ain't ashamed. Don't be ashamed. I would do the same exact thing. But this is very pretty. I like this a lot. This is very well layered, especially. Like, the colors are very, very good. Yeah. The face is very pretty. The hair as well. Just overall, very, very good stuff. We do have a last-minute submission. We have it from Dav. So let's get that up. This revival of the Golden Witch with the doors shattering. Very, very cool. That was such a good moment, and you did a very good job capturing that moment with all its gravitas. Yeah, that's Twitter. And just refreshing this. Yep, okay. That's it. Oh, you had one more thing in there. Might not have put it in the right tag. Oh! You tried to post something and it didn't post? Well, I'll give you a second to do that then. Let me know when you get it posted. Because I don't want to miss it, in that case. Columbo voice, just one more thing.
Now, Battler, you said that the chain lock was locked and nobody was in the room. Am I to remember that correctly?
While we wait on that, though, also, I should tell you guys, as usual, because we finished an episode tonight, there will be no Umineko stream next week. But I will be doing some things next week, hopefully. I will be trying to, at least. I'll be guesting on a stream on next Friday. And when we do come back with episode 7 the week after next, episode 7 is actually the shortest episode of Umineko, so it is only going to be 3 streams instead of the typical 4. Aha. Yes. What a perfect art to cap off with, also from Mimihime. We have her daring rescue. Reminds me of the CG with Battler rescuing her from Kinzo's room in episode 5, so role reversal. This is really cute. I love their little beady eyes. This is really good. Thank you for submitting this. I'm glad I waited for this. What a perfect one to cap off on. So, yeah. That's it for tonight. But as always, I've had a great time, everybody. No Umineko next week, but keep an eye out for other stuff yet to come. And the week after, we will return for episode 7. Thank you so much. See you next time.